Good afternoon, chat. We're not gonna talk about what's on my face right now. But how are you guys doing? Gals and NBs, of course, included. Yeah, I've learned my lesson. I'm not gonna overthink again. You ate one apple? What? Did by any chance, did you also have a shawarma with extra tahini sauce and 3 liters of water also fall on your face? um... Hi, Taka. Welcome to the stream. I just finished boiling spaghetti. Nice. I recently got done, doing some stuff, so I'm feeling pretty energized. Despite the lowering, sleep quality, let's say, that I've been having. Unfortunately, it's good. It's gonna be a while before you hear anything regarding that project that I asked for help on. Nice clown nose. Well, don't point it out. But yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. Other than whichever way this judgment goes for Maiko that caused her to kill herself, there's just no other way to put it. Both are wow. I can't imagine either being good. I will say, chat, I've simmered down on the how done it, for chapter 1. It just took me a while, okay? I think I'm honestly just surprised that what's the word? What's with the clown nose? Well, I dogged on Lyra too much, so this is what I deserve. I think she would have done it regardless of the outcome, seeing how she talked about her actions. Let me guess. Were you one of the people that voted corrupt for the likely corrupt vote that we'll see? Let's just fire this bad boy up. Okay, last time we left off on this. Lyra Banks? Boss?
Well, well, well. Look at us. Back here again. I know it's been a while. What, a month and a half? If it was up to me, we'd be on air again a lot sooner. Unfortunately, we had some small complications to work out after the murder. Well, you've been left in the dark for a while, so I won't keep you waiting. I'm sure you're eager to know what the prisoners have been up to.
Yeah.
Let me catch you up with the prisoners you judged last time. Starting with prisoner O2, Lyra
What?
Chattel.
Are you Cloud? Chad, just feel free to answer. If everyone else asks.
With her, it was a bit of a split. Back and forth, back and forth. She was leaning pretty heavily towards Worthy for a long while. What? Did you think she was pretty or something?
Yeah.
Or maybe you just wanted to encourage the cycle she was in. No, I'm not going to judge. All I'm saying is that if you voted her worthy, I'm sure she'd see it as you falling for her facade in the same way her victims did.
Don't speak about my motivations like that.
But slowly over time, the votes seemed to shift. It looks like some of you started doing some thinking. Maybe you just wanted to uphold her wishes. Or maybe she just started pissing you off. Whatever the reason was, there was a major shift right near the end. I'm almost convinced there was something fishy afoot. But it's not my job to investigate that.
Oh.
Eventually, she was pushed just barely into a corrupt vote with a close-cut 50.2%.
That close? Okay.
Holy shit, you were close to a 50-50, huh? I don't know what we would have done if she landed right in the middle. Being so close to Worthy, despite her corrupt verdict, has definitely seemed to unsettle her a bit.
Yeah, that's a 4-vote difference, by the way.
I think she thought if she got corrupt, she could just go about things her own way. Which, yeah, she's been doing. But cutting it so close has clearly made her do some thinking. Her confidence in her own actions has definitely been shaken.
It is I, Dr. Phil. Welcome, Dr. Phil.
Obviously, she thinks some of you just wanted to take away her agency and disrespect her wishes once again. Or just voted her worthy because you thought she was hot.
Why are you so insistent upon that point, Amelia?
But I think you've definitely thrown her off. She's been forced to think, even if she denies it. She started to seriously reconsider the way things have gone so far, not just discarding people's belief that she can get better, as them just being deceived by her somehow.
Can you get all the prisoners on your show? It would do big numbers. I don't think they have... How are they even accessing the stream? That's my question.
Despite this, she's still corrupt, even if it's just slightly, meaning her access to kitchen supplies, medication, and the showers have been restricted. And her cell has been stripped. Not that it bothers her, she's been crashing in another prisoner's cell. The same prisoner who's helping her effectively circumvent her corrupt verdict, helping her get food, showers, and whatever else she needs like a loyal puppy dog. That person being prisoner 03, Ezekiel Elias.
Uh-huh.
It seems after Eleven's death, he needed someone else to latch onto. Or at least he wanted to make sure that no one else left him.
Oh. Jeez.
Which has led to some fascinating developments, really. Him and O2 have started dating, and have made this relationship very clear to the other prisoners, telling them that they kiss on the mouth and stuff.
What?
I'm sure I don't even need to tell you how much this all pisses off Ismene. In light of what happened to prisoner 12, Lyra has become her favorite target. The dating thing, circumventing the corrupt effects by sleeping in Zeke's room, all of it makes her incredibly angry. Although, as Zeke's always with Lyra, she almost never has a chance to teach her a lesson. But most of the other prisoners think it's just for audience approval. But who's to say? I'd rather just move on from that whole dumpster fire and move on to our next prisoner. Prisoner L4, Takika Uchiyama. It seems our youngest prisoner struck a nerve with you all. As soon as the votes dropped, she almost immediately got corrupt, with her verdict steadily balancing out and eventually landing on 51% corrupt. What? Did it hit a little too close to home?
No. Well, yes, actually.
I mean, I don't really know how much you can judge her sending her fan base to harass people when you actively vote to make people's lives worse, but I guess you can say it's totally different. Well, whatever you need to say to make yourself feel better about it. Takiko tried for a while. She really did. She kept talking to the cameras, kept trying to cheer up your days, kept trying to help others.
It's usually the harassment center.
But after her verdict came in, something changed. She still looks at the cameras, but she's completely silent. She just stares. I think she feels betrayed. But she always knew this was going to happen. There's been a shift in her behavior overall. Having such restricted access to basic amenities has been exhausting. She barely has the emotional energy to help the other prisoners anymore. Not that it matters much. Most of them have completely discarded her.
Ouch.
If Fu wasn't locked away in his cell, he might try to help, but I don't think she'd accept it.
The parallels.
Sure, Santil still tries her best to be friends with Takiko. She says she doesn't blame Takiko for her crime. Santil seems to say a lot of things, is what I'm noticing. But naturally, they are spending less time with Takiko than they were before. After all, Takiko needs to spend a lot of the day finding someone to help them eat and stuff. But Takiko getting corrupt has made Santil rethink how harsh they were with Taka. Just a little bit. Nothing crazy. I suppose some of you will see that as a win though, won't you? Well, I'm sure you'll also be delighted to know that despite Ismene being mostly preoccupied with Lyra, Takiko wasn't entirely spared. It's nowhere near as crazy as Ismene has gotten with other prisoners. Dracul's death and the incident with Prisoner 12 has dampened her a little bit, but Takiko got that sweet lesson you wanted her to get.
Prisoner 12, alright buddy, just stop.
A few times, Ismene left any food Takiko didn't eat in Takiko's empty cell, believing Takiko hasn't a right to be wasteful when she's getting help from others. Leaving Takiko to clean it all up before it rots. Which was pretty cruel, considering the corrupt verdict made Takiko lose almost all her appetite, so she's not been eating a lot. She's become pretty withdrawn overall. I'm not certain she's the biggest fan of you anymore. She's not too keen on being placed on the same level as Lyra and Maiko. There hasn't been any positive improvements in her behavior. If you were hoping to teach her a lesson or whatever, I don't know what you were expecting. All she's got is her views on the world confirmed, discarded by the other prisoners now that she's no longer useful, and an empty cell full of rotten food. Although, unlike Lyra, Ismene has almost I keep alluding to that incident. How about we move on to it? Although I'm sure you already guessed some of the details.
Nudge my keyboard a little bit. What?
Mali Yuzuki, who you judged as corrupt by a whopping 78.5%.
Holy shit. Wow. That's harsh.
Attempted suicide soon after her verdict.
Attempted, not committed.
She couldn't handle living in a world where there was no chance her precious Yui would ever forgive her. And I'm sure the bullying from Ismene didn't help.
Okay, Ismene.
But luckily, or unluckily for you, she was saved.
Yeah, her lifespan's gone.
Allura stepped in and provided Molly with medical attention, keeping her alive. Since then, a few policies have been put in place by Allura. Everyone will continue to call her Maiko instead of Molly, as she doesn't want to be seen by her old name. And no one is allowed to mention Molly's crime to her or discuss it. Everyone is to treat her with kindness and care until she's ready to talk about it or whatever. Some prisoners have gripes about how much this 28-year-old is being coddled, but I guess it's better than her trying to off herself again. It certainly made Ismene back off. She seems...
Is this not crazy? Yes, this is... This is a crazy, crazy cast spec, if you couldn't tell.
And one prisoner in particular has taken her under his wing. But I'm sure you'll see who exactly that is soon.
God.
Either way, I think that catches you up on what you've missed. Things are kind of going to shit, huh? It's kind of fun, in its own messed up way. Anyway, I'll leave you to watch the stream now. That's what you're really here for, right? Although, if I could just say something.
Yeah.
Like, I know I told you all to be more harsh on the prisoners last time, but 3 corrupts is pretty fucking harsh, huh? Now, like, I'm not against it. I just think it's kinda curious how it's the all-girls set of crimes that get the triple corrupt. Go figure.
We're doing feminism watch?
Whatever. Not like I care. Enjoy your stream. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
I'll be the first person to admit I didn't handle Jakul and Min's deaths the greatest. Even if I hadn't known them for all that long, their absence was unbearable. So, save for spending a lot of time with Ismene, I spent a majority of my time cooped up in my cell. Admittedly, I was scared of getting killed. Others, like Dr. Alenius and Taka, had taken the tragedy of it all in stride and used it as a motivation to push forward with working on escape plans. But I wasn't as strong as that. Perhaps I was just a coward. Yet, something changed recently. Aiko's attempt was a very harsh wake-up call. Seeing her like that, in the infirmary, it all felt far too familiar. Maybe it's just me selfishly trying to make up for past mistakes, but I never wanted to lose someone like that ever again. Perhaps that's why, these past few weeks...
Maiko.
Are you done yet? Or do you need me to come in and turn on the water again? No, I'm good. I'm all good. Just drying off my hair. I'll be out in a second. I found myself doing whatever I could to support Maiko. Alright. Take your time. Of course, everyone was keeping an eye on her after the attempt, but I found myself constantly, almost constantly around her. Which meant she'd gotten quite attached to me. Phew! Huh, I guess you were right. I do feel a lot better after showering. Told you so. I know it can seem like a big task after a few weeks of not, but when you get in there, it's really not all that bad. I know. It's just hard getting the energy. I guess I just built it up to be this whole big thing in my mind. Must seem pretty silly and gross to you, huh? I mean, it's just a shower. It's not a big deal. Shouldn't have had to deal with... It's not about if I should or shouldn't mind. It's... I'm doing this because I want to help you. You really shouldn't waste all this kindness on someone like me. Really, it's not a waste. Still, I'll try not to be so stubborn about staying in my cell next time. That must have been really annoying. What time is it now, anyway? It's about 1 p.m. Really? Oh, jeez. Is something wrong with that? It's just... never mind. I'm just being silly. And stupid. Like usual. Maiko, what's up? Shower 1 p.m. You must have been trying to drag me out of myself forever. I should really just be normal, but it's not that crazy, Maiko. Hey now, you got up before midday. If you ask me, that's a major improvement. You should focus on that. I guess, but I feel like anyone can do that. We were interrupted by a pair of voices echoing down the halls, headed in our direction.
Zeke?
Oh my god. Slow down. Jesus, it's still so early. Come on, Zeke.
Oh, wah.
Don't give me that. You were the one who wanted to wash your hair. Can you just get in the shower so I can get on with my day? Literally, when did I say that? Last night. You did your whole Zeke, if I don't wash my hair tomorrow, I'm gonna actually literally kill myself. I swear to God, me. Yeah, huh. That does sound like me. And I know if we don't do this now, you're just gonna bitch about it all day and get all pissy and everything just because your hair is slightly greasy. Aww, you know me so well. Too well, if you ask me. Yeah, whatever. I'll only take 10. Don't you worry, princess. They seem like a lovely couple. I'm not rooting for them. Shut the hell up. Good afternoon, you two. Oh my god, it's your favorite person. Just as I thought it couldn't get any better. Since the verdicts came out, these two had seemingly been stuck to each other's side. Much to his men's annoyance, Zeke was letting Lyra sleep in a cell and was basically doing whatever she wanted. Through him, she could circumvent almost any downside her corrupt verdict gave her. Which is probably why she didn't seem all that bothered by her verdict. More relieved than anything. It was almost as though it just confirmed all of her beliefs about herself and gave her free rein to continue being the bad person she saw herself as without having to think too hard about anything. Or at least that's what I think she wanted us to think. Oh, it's afternoon, not morning. Okay, well, we just woke up, so it's morning to us. No. Right. Okay. Whatever you say. You two done with the showers? Are you still going? Because I don't mind waiting. You're good. Oh, no. Michael just finished. You're good. Sweet. I'll call you when I need to turn the water on, Z. Yeah, whatever. Lyra slipped into the shower room, leaving Zeke standing outside of it. He tended to prefer not being in there for all that long these days. You two okay? Sounded like you were fighting. What? No. We just talk like that. Oh! I see. I guess I just didn't expect you two to get to the old married couple bickering stage so quickly. Yeah, well, you know how it is. Women... Alright, man. Yeah. Well, I hope that no matter what happens, you continue to make each other happy for many years to come. I'm sure. Right. I think I hear Lyra calling me, so I'm gonna go. Turn on that water now. Zeke seemed to quickly slink away into the shower room after Lyra. A weird shift in his demeanor. Read the room, Maiko? Chatter. What does she have on her mind other than, like, you know, guilt? Wow, they're so cute. I'm so happy for them. Finding love in a situation like this. No. You don't actually think they're... Yeah, I know. I'm not stupid. But I think even if it's unlikely to work out there, it's so romantic that they still want to try despite it all. I'm not gonna burst a bubble on that one. Well, regardless. I'm gonna get some lunch. Want to join me? I think I'm good for now. Alora says she wants to give me a checkup this afternoon, and she said she'll bring food, so... I'll wait until then. Alright. Do you have anyone you can spend time with? I'll try to figure something out, but... really don't mind having some alone time. I didn't want to overwhelm her constantly by being around her. I appreciated she likely wanted some space herself. At least Dr. Alinius would be watching over her later. I had felt a lot more at ease leaving her alone recently. Since her attempt, Ismene had laid off her and the other prisoners a lot more. It seemed shaking her quite a bit, yeah? Okay. I trust you. Just come get me if you need me. I don't want to bother you, Shinku. Maiko, once again, it's never a bother. I want to help. I know. I'll catch you later, alright? Take care. See you later, Shinku. Switching to the shower again. I made my way over to the canteen to get some lunch. Finding a pair, I'd gotten quite familiar with standing by one of the tables. A strange collection of objects, tanks, and boxes assembled on top of it. Almost as soon as I was noticed, one of the pair came bounding over to me, excitement clear in his wide blue eyes. Shinku! Look what we found! Taka started pointing to a small glass box filled with various pieces of foliage, and... Are those... frogs? Pretty epic, right? We found these slippery little guys in the courtyard! Oh. How on earth did they end up here?
It's simple, really.
There were some tadpoles in the pond when we first arrived. I'm surprised so many survived until adulthood. That's pretty neat. I just hope we won't get to a point where we have to eat them. What? 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 No! No. We're not eating my babies. Not my precious babies. Alora, you tell him. No one is going to eat the frogs. You're fine. Well then, why are you keeping them? This is so grim. What the fuck? It's simple, really. With a little bit of effort, they could assist me in mapping out the sewage systems in the prison. Understanding how they're laid out would be vital in finding an alternative route out of here. I see. I'm not really sure. How would that work? I'm not really sure how that will work. But Dr. Alinius was the one with the doctor here, not me. I wasn't gonna... Yeah, in a field unrelated to that. You see, these little adorable slimy babies will be our spies. They'll help us break out of here, one ribbon at a time. Isn't that right, Woman the Frog? That's... great. Dr. Alinius wasn't usually so open with her plans. I suppose she must have been pretty confident in this one. But I couldn't dwell on that thought too long as I heard a voice humming throughout the halls, slowly drawing closer to the canteen. And I clearly wasn't the only person who heard it, as Dr. Alinius promptly gave Taka the tank of frogs to hold. Don't you know getting any dark can grant you all the knowledge ever? True? Anyway, if you could take these to the lab as soon as possible, that would be great, Takahiro. I need to begin my testing soon. Of course! Right away! Taka took the tank in his arms and turned to leave. Immediately facing the person who had just entered, Asuka. Sue! Asuka! Hi! Oh, hey, Taka? Huh, wait. What's that you're carrying? Are those... frogs! We found them in the courtyard. Pretty cool, don't you think? Jeez. But just look at them. They're so little. Oh my god, look at their little legs. They're your favorite animal, right? Duh! How can anyone hate them? I mean, look at their big old eyes. Remember back in Hope's Peak? We used to sneak into the science labs all the time under the guise that you were filming some sort of segment for your show. They kept on wondering where all the frogs for dissection kept disappearing to. No wonder they never caught us freeing them. I don't think that's how it works. Asuka, they're already dead. Guess we just made quite the team, huh? We did have a lot of fun back then, didn't we? And you were always on board with making sure they didn't get hurt. I always felt bad releasing them into the wild, though. I mean, it was probably best, but I wish I could have taken them back to the troop and taken care of them. Well, if you'd like. Alora says we have to keep breeding them to make sure we have enough, so maybe we could take care of them. Together? Asuka looked away from the frogs for a brief moment and up at Taka, blinking for a moment before a small smile curved on the corners of their lips. Sure? Why not? Really? I mean, that's great. That's so... I mean, you're great. I mean, frogs! Yeah. Frogs? I have to take them to the lab first, but after that, do you mind if I put them in your cell? Just because mine is kind of empty right now. It's certainly no place to raise some frogs, and not to mention it would be awful if Ismene did something to them, so... Only if you don't mind, that is. I don't have an issue with it. I'd be happy to have the little guys. Of course! I'll put them right there in your cell as soon as we're done. I'll knock first. Of course! Yes! Cool! Well, what about this is Riz? God, can you believe Riz has exited our lexicon and we just entered like jester gooning or whatever? we need a total internet reset, man. I guess I'll see you later, Taka? I'm just gonna check out my washing real quick. See you later! Yeah! Please! Okay, bye, have a good day. Enjoy your washing. I hope it's great. Gesture grinning some voids right now. Sure. I hope it's great too. Oscar laughed awkwardly and walked through. Taka turned to watch them leaving with the biggest, stupidest smile on his face. Taka looked down at the cage of frogs. The same smile on his face. Woman the frog, you are getting the biggest, baddest worm when we get back to the lab. Mark my words. Is it coincidentally a man? Taka giggled to himself and rushed out of the room, holding the frogs with glee. I looked back at Dr. Alinius, who had a small little smile on her face. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Kutsuki. There's no way those frogs have anything to do with any sort of escape plan. Of course not. To tell you the truth, I've already mapped out the sewage system of this place. I'm currently trying to figure out the ventilation system. But Takahiro doesn't need to know that, does he? You actually care about him quite a bit, don't you? Man, I can't wait for what her crime's gonna be. Alora let out a sigh, turning back to her remaining boxes of supplies. I care about reducing potential conflict in the prison. That's all. I meant it when I said I wanted to ensure no one else had to die. Well, whatever you say. Oh, right. That reminds me. I put the schedule for who's watching Wang when up on the bulletin board in the hallway. I'll put you on for this evening. I do hope that's okay. Fine by me. But do you want me to bring him food as well? If you could, please do. Alright, will do. Good luck with the rest of your work for the day. I think your assistant might be a little occupied for a while. Thank you. Do stay safe. My Takasuga? Oh, my Takasuga. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, I went back into the hallway to go check the schedule Laura had set up for the next few days.
So, I've got the night watch today and the morning shift Thursday.
What's
right.
it, Zeke? Okay. I can use Zeke on Friday. Alright, Ezekiel. Fucking nerd. Oh, Zeke. Dr. Linus had been cycling organizing when we'd been watching Fu since he was locked up in his room a month ago. He'd been well behaved since the stabbing, but we'd all rather be safe than sorry. Still, since we were unable to physically lock Fu's cell, we each had to take turns acting as a physical guard. Some people were growing tired of. I didn't really mind it. Fu wasn't entirely unpleasant to be around. If anything, I always found it quite easy to talk to about my issues with him, even if I really shouldn't. Am I late whoopsies? I mean, we just finished the first scene, well, the second if we're counting the judgment results, but before I could dwell on it much longer, a fairly frustrated Ismene hopped over to my side and scribbled out her Monday shift.
Ismene. I assume you just finished? How was it?
Oh, just wonderful.
Yeah, that's about what I expected. Hey, at least it's only a few hours at a time. I don't care about guarding Fu. That's easy, that's fine. In fact, it's delightful, shockingly. Oh, Then, why are you upset? Because every time I have a shift, I'm not able to keep an eye on things around here. And some people take that as an opportunity to walk around this prison like they own the godforsaken place. Oh, I can practically hear her laughing at me. She thinks she's so much better than me because she's found a way to circumvent her entire judgment through that idiotic excuse for a man. And what does he even know? He's not going to help her at all in the long run. You saw what happened to the last person he tried to protect, and they think I'm so unreasonable for being so bothered by this. We just keep letting her do whatever she wants and treating this game like a frat party, then she'll either drink herself to death, or get someone wrapped up in her reckless behavior and killed. Right. While Ismene had almost entirely laid off of Maiko after her attempt, she found herself a new target, Lyra. I'm not trying to just be cruel or unreasonable. I just think that if she doesn't realize the gravity of her crime, if she doesn't think about it, then someone is going to get hurt. And yet I'm the one crazy? Yet I'm the crazy one. Me. You don't think I'm unreasonable, do you? Her dialogue sounds like she's in an unhappy marriage. Vacant. She sounds like she's like the most pissed off like housewife, just like venting to her to like her husband, just going. Yeah. Anyways, can I switch to the NFL or no? Bad Bunny's about to come on. It's like no. Well, I mean, I get where you're coming from. Exactly. But when I bring it up to them, it's suddenly all, Ismene, what's your damage? Why can't you just stay out of other people's lives? You've left Taka and Maiko alone. Of course I left Maiko alone, I'm not insane. Christ. At least Taka has actually shown signs of improvement. Why would he keep harassing him when he's actively helping the group now? Do they think I'm stupid? I'm not stupid. And then I realized I found myself defending Takahiro of all people. I'm starting to question how he even got to this point. Ugh. It just drives me crazy. Maybe you just need to take a step back from it all? I don't trust what might happen if I take a step back. I can't just sit around and do nothing. Not after what happened to Mint. Not after what happened to... Ismene fell quiet and looked away for a moment. Silence lingering in the air. Well, I suppose it's none of my business. I just tend to stress about these things. Perhaps irrationally. Whatever happens, we'll have each other, okay? You can't control what other people do, Ismene. So there's no use stressing about it. Just focus on keeping yourself safe and content. I know. Perhaps I'm a little restless. But try to keep my mind off of things. I get that, but try not to overdo it. Alright? Alright. I'll just try not to stress about it. It's not my business. Right. I let Taka go to her own devices recently, and she's been... quiet. I think I'm gonna go to the library to get my mind off of things. I'll talk to you later. Alright, Shinka? Alright. See you later, Riz. Ismene paused just before she left, turning back to me briefly. Oh, is Maiko doing okay? As well as she can be. I got her to take a shower at least. She smiled a little bit, clear relief in her face. I'm glad. Ismene left down the hall. She was clearly still tense, but trying to calm herself down. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't also a little apprehensive of whatever was going on between Lyra and Z. Especially after... Chat. That shit is gonna crash and burn. Within the chapter. I get it. I turned to face the small girl who had been watching me and speak.
Huh?
I get why she's frustrated. It can be quite exasperating to see someone you want to be okay do things you think are just going to do them harm. Especially when you think you could somehow help them yourself. But I don't think she realizes that sometimes you just need to let people make mistakes. Holding tighter onto people or being too firm because you think you know better just strains things most of the time. If someone wants to do something, they'll do it even if it will hurt them. Yeah, well, try telling Ismene that. Exactly. She'll do this no matter what you say. Trying to stop her is just going to strain things between the two of you, and who knows how that'll turn out in the long run. Still, sitting by and just letting people make mistakes can hurt a lot, so it's kind of a lose-lose situation, huh? Suppose so. Something was different about Taka since her crime came out. I couldn't really place my finger on it, but she felt a lot more honest. I did miss her peppy old self. Her smile used to be enough to brighten up my day. Now she was just off all the time. Maybe that's why I've been avoiding her more. Or just the fact that I was busy taking care of Maiko. I just saw Taka walking by all giddy. He seemed to be having fun. I wonder what happened. I think he and Oscar are starting to repair things. They agreed to take care of some frogs together. Is that so? I imagine it's going to be rocky for a bit, but I think this has been a long time coming since the trial. I'm glad for them. I hope it works out. I think it'll make them both happier. Well, time will tell, won't it? Girl smiled slightly and walked past me into the canteen to presumably get some lunch. I really did hope Taka and Asuka would be able to repair things. I knew it would take a while, but the fact they were able to talk to each other again was an amazing first step. I was glad to see the others like Taka and Dr. Elias were rooting for them as well. Even if it didn't work out in the end. Maybe seeing her friends so happy would help get Taka out of whatever slump or corrupt verdict had gotten her in. Help her get her appetite back. I figured just meant laying off of her would do something. But I think it's just something she's going to have to figure out on her own at this point. What does Taka even do? A lot, actually, top chatter. After my chat with Takiko, I'd made my way to my cell. Something felt different in the prison recently. Felt like it was only so long until the cat started meddling with us again. He'd been here around a month last time before the cat introduced the hostage motive. I was certain if no one was killed for another week, the cat would take action. Until then, I was determined to maintain my peace. So I turned to my desk, ready to settle in for a session of writing when... Hello, Shinku! Why do you always do this? It's like you cherry-pick the moments I just want to be alone. Bitch, I can't cherry-pick when there's a whole orchard of time to spend alone. Just... What do you want this time? Is it about me being pooped up recently? Well, yeah, kinda. Like, I know that purple guy... Say that again? You really, died or whatever, but it's also been 3 weeks. Can you, get over it? The viewers are bored of you grieving. Someone died, Modern Echo. 2 people. I think it's reasonable for me to grieve. I just want to be alone right now. At what point does it stop being reasonable and start being attention-seeking? Are you serious? Do our lives mean nothing to you at all? Both of them. Mint, Jakul, they had families. They had lives to go back to, and now they're... Appeal to emotion. Argument's invalid. What? We're going Reddit style now? Oh. What? Bottom line is, I don't care. Most of you are going to be dead by the end of this. You can't drop that so casually. Your lives only matter to me and how much they bring in views. When you stop doing that, I don't have much reason to keep you on air. You know, telling me how little I mean to you really isn't going to make me want to do what you want. Okay, well, think of it like this. You only live once, so you might as well try and at least get some action before you kick the bucket. Why would you want to do anything when this whole thing is being streamed? I don't know. I'm not gonna judge what you're into. You're all adults. That's not what I meant, and you know it. If you're so insistent on not hanging out with anyone, there is one way you could stay in your sad little selves and make good content. You're referring to that? Oh. Mononico hopped off of my desk to reveal they left a large box of tapes and a tape recorder on. If you want to stay in your cell, do me a favor and record some interesting inner thoughts or anything interesting on these tapes. I really thought that they were about to suggest that. Huh? Why would you need that? Talking head segments, duh. Cutaways for when we made the edited version of the stream with just the best bits. You're going to edit this whole thing down? Duh. Everyone just wants their content shorter and shorter these days. As long as we get the basic gist of things, it shouldn't really matter if we cut out the parts where not much is happening. Do you not know the first thing about content creation, Shinku? This feels a bit strange for a snuff stream. Little talking head segments and personal tapes do wonders to make the cuts less jarring and edit things to have a consistent narrative. That's not the part I find strange. Anyway, I'll be leaving you to decide what to do. I've got to drop these tapes off to a few others still. Have fun! Oh, by the way, if you have anything you want to say about your cool, or Mint, or any of the male prisoners, please do share them on the tapes. Viewers always care way more about you guys than the girls. If you double down on your friendship with your cool, pretend it meant more than it did. You could use that grief to make yourself all more compelling and pitiful. As long as your morning is entertaining, people will eat it up. They say, knowing the audience is looking at this scene right now. One morning is just being stuck in your room and all low energy all the time. It's really boring. Give them something to work with. Oh, don't look at me like that. You should be happy. You already have such an advantage compared to the others. Really? Because he sucks. Even if you feel comfortable with that, I suppose you could settle for talking about the girls. You've been close to Molly recently, no? Huh. Now that I think about it, she's kind of like Jakul, isn't she? Chubby, trapped in her own little world, unwilling to face reality. Now, I'm not saying you have a type, Kutsuki, but... You love copers! Oh, don't look at me like that. I wasn't making an accusation, just pointing out a funny little coincidence. I'm just noticing. Anyway, see you soon. Mononico jumped up through the fence, leaving me with the tapes. I suppose I could record one, or I could get out of my room and spend time with someone else. Either way, I had some time to kill before it was my turn to watch Fu. Okay, chat. You have record tapes on your desk. Recording tapes will pass the time to sleep in your bedwood. Each time you do it, your popularity rises ever so slightly. Future times will get you more popularity, but It's a good way to passively raise your popularity when you don't feel like talking to other prisoners. However, if you go over too many tapes, other prisoners will start to wonder why they keep hearing you talking to yourself or suspicious of you. This will cause your trust to low. But you should be entirely fine if you do it in moderation. Have fun. Okay, chat. Give me one moment. I'm gonna pick up my food and then we'll spin the wheel. I guess we're adding recording tapes to this now. Holy shit. See, chat? I'm good with that. I told you it wasn't gonna take long. Okay, give me one moment to pull up the Wheel of Names thing. Anyway, for my sake, chat, allow me to just not voice the free time while I have my lunch. I know the streamer is greedy, but let me be a little greedier. Okay, let me pull this up now. Okay. Now, what shall we do? I guess we have to remove 2 names there, huh? Oh, wow! We get the rare favor. Can you believe it? Okay. Is there even something to do with favor with? Oh, there is! Hi, Laura. Oh, please. Oh, that's not a favor? Oh. Well. Wait, is there even a favor to do with it today, or did I just act out of turn? The game hates you? Okay. Well, I suppose we have to spin it again, huh? And we already fucked Allura up, so that's a good start. What? What is this horse shit? What? Okay, come on. No way! It's a 33% chance! What? What the fuck? Okay. So next time we have paper is active, we have to do it? You know what, chat? You decide. There we go. Decide and then we'll close that poll later. Let's just spin and see what we get. Imagine if we get a lore, by the way. Oh, fun! What could she be? Why is Taka just staring there? Wheel still on screen? Oh, sorry, chat. Thank you for pointing it out. Up here. The next 3 times favors are active? Surely no. Are we going that far, chat? Michael was sitting on the end of the infirmary. That's what they looked at. That could be a second poll. Okay. In that case, since it doesn't look it's there we go. Stop. Yeah, I agree. Wait, the wheel was Lyra? Just 1 second, chat. I'm just... Chat, I don't even think... I forgot to say... You know what? We're committing to it, all right? Chattel, no matter what. I'm a day of my word. Please tell me there's a skip button.
Whatever. Event?
You're going all the way back? Yeah. He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass.
It's well to kick that out. They're not that if say well it's which they're all I keep Molly she could but Lawrence and no and
Wow, all these verdicts I've never seen before. Chat, I'm I'm pressing X so fast.
My
Zeke.
In other news, the weather, huh? Oh god, okay. I can just hold escape. Yeah. I've been listening to late registration recently. Matt was talking about what Kanye's become. That reminds me. I need to listen to the new Baby Keem album. I've been waiting for that guy for like a fucking while now. Heard great things about Casino? Really? That's good. Okay, just to make sure we don't do this mistake again. Imagine if we see her and it turns out that we just can't talk to her because of because Zeke's always next to her. Taka goes just ominously there. We'll just skip by that. Where the hell is she? Uh-oh. Where? That's a little concerning. Did you just see her? No, where? Holy shit. Chat, is this gonna turn out that we just can't find her and we just like give up? Where the fuck is she? Oh. Ooh. Oh no. Oh god, okay, so we're just gonna add another name there. Why not? I didn't realize. Oh wait, the fire extinguisher! Of course not. Chat, can I just say preemptively that it's gonna be really embarrassing with the stuff that I'm gonna do for my own project on on how many similar ideas I've had to different. Why isn't the fire extinguisher talking to you, Mira? Are you in the doghouse? Oh, don't worry about Amelia. Her event is glitch, unfortunately. It'll be patched next update. Oh. Oh, there she is. I guess we're just, I guess I'm just gonna remove her name from the wheel then again. It's glitched. Okay, but that's you saying that, Lyra. No one has seen you doing that. Hmm. No, I do. Lyra. Just me when I lie? Yes, actually. Speak for yourself, Shinku. Never-ending midnight sun. Oh, bro. I was about to ask what that was, but then I remembered the video. Lyra, you're just lying! There's no authenticity! Like, chat. I'm just gonna say it, okay? I'm gonna lock it in. I'm not gonna do a major wager, obviously, because this is literally like the first day, okay? Her and Maiko. Either one of them's gonna die, or they're both gonna die. They are not making it past this chapter. Yeah, Lyra. Oh, Kazam, Yami. This is an obscene lie. And can you imagine how much Lyra hates the like overly guilty attitude that the Maiko's taking on right now? Okay, chat. My food's done. I can now go back to talking super loud. I'm just, gonna chew for a second, or two, or three. As the evening stuck up on me, a sense of dread filled my stomach. It's not the only thing that filled my stomach. Thank you. I realized it was my turn to watch food. So gathering the tray Dr. Alinius had pre-prepared in the canteen, I made my way to his cell. Over the last few weeks, I've done this a few times. Who seemed to be oddly fond of my company. I think it's just like catching me off guard. He was so friendly to me sometimes that I forgot he made it no secret that he was only looking out for himself. Especially with what he did to Taka. Still, who clearly had a soft spot for the younger girls, Takago and Asuka. I think it's awesome that all three of them got their new free time. I mean, that just applies to all of the people that, I imagine that just applies to all of them who, like, get a verdict no matter what. No, it's... But you'll seem to have developed a soft spot for me. I couldn't exactly place it. Yeah, because you're a sopping wet loser, bro. Well, whatever remaining, like parenting instincts he had, it came out for you. Taka, Ismene, and Mint didn't? Yes, Maple, but at the same time, that was literally the first chapter, so all of the FTEs were new. Yeah, like, those were literally their first events. But as I entered, placing down his tray, he gave me that same old warm smile. Hey, kid. Your turn again, huh? Your turn to die? Oh, come on. What's with the long face? Have a seat, why don't you? Alright. Can I get you anything? Brandy, perhaps. Dr. Elenius let you have alcohol? Oh, she doesn't need to know about it. It can be our secret, kid. Can it? Yeah, that's fine. Maybe that's why he liked me. As much as I was a bit of a teacher's pet, even if he told me something he shouldn't, I always kept my mouth shut. I never told Dr. Elenius about things like this. Probably thought it was out of some sort of fondness. In reality, I was just scared of what he'd do if I got on his bad side. Shinku, you're... It's really easy to please Fu, come on. The brandy isn't your thing. Ever tried it amaretto? I think you'd like that more. Poured the rich amber liquid over a few cubes of shining ice and gave me the glass. Here, have a sip. Just one. I don't want to make this a habit. Whatever you say. I had a sip and... Huh. That's not that bad. Tastes like almonds, huh? Shinku immediately goes into like fight or flight instinct. Oh. Never mind. He's just oblivious in all the worst places. It's kind of sweet. Makes it easier to drink. I actually like that quite a bit. Sure you don't want any more, kid? If you're trying to get me drunk so you can get me out, then it's not gonna work. You're sharp. But nah, I ain't playing anything like that. As long as I get little chats with all of you, I'm planning to stick on my best behavior till I'm let out. Do you offer everyone alcohol during these little chats? Only you and Scrunchy. I don't think you should be encouraging that. You know, you and her are both awfully fond of amaretto. Well, must be something about being easier to stomach than other drinks. No. And you're awfully good at changing the subject. Hey kid, I wanted to ask you about something. What is it? I guess I've just been thinking recently. I wanted to hear some different perspectives. If someone does something bad for a good reason, most people usually think it's justified, no? Well, depends on what it is. True. But almost no one is going to shame a starving child for stealing a loaf, are they? No, that would be ridiculous. If someone murders a pedophile, that's just cleaning duty, isn't it? I suppose so. You're more likely to think that the murder was justified in that case. But I wonder. If someone does the opposite. If someone does something good for a bad or selfish reason, does that make the good action less morally good? No, not really. Well, what do you mean? Well, if someone does something that helps improve a community for the better, but this is purely for the fame or attention as opposed to actually caring about the community. Okay, so if we're talking about that type of crime, then yes, that's different. Does it make what they did any less good? Once again, I think it depends. Depending on how good the action is and how bad the motivation was. I think it's a balance. The motivation can't be worse than the good that was done. If that makes sense? You're a big fan of non-answers, aren't you? Fu is just doing like the TikTok style like debate questions that he learned from Lyra. No, you have to pick one. Huh? Just an observation I've made, kid. You don't got much conviction. It's never yes or no with you, is it? You're always trying to find a nice, comfortable balance. You're always trying a nice, comfortable stance in the middle. As if you're scared certainty would lead to backlash. It's almost like making a firm stance in the past hasn't gone well for you. No need to get so tense, kid. I'm just an old man spitballing. Relax. Does his eyes get redder with these with certain sprites? So that's really funny. I don't know why someone who's so open about being morally bankrupt is so intent on talking about moral dilemmas. Why does it matter to you? Now it's just making conversation, kid. Anything wrong with that? No. No, there isn't. Yeah. It is better there. Yeah, me worried for a moment there, kid. You started getting all snappy defensive. I thought I might have accidentally struck a nerve. Sorry, I think you should do it more. Huh? You don't stand up for yourself, you get swallowed by the others. Besides, I'm quite fond of seeing you bite back. Reminds me of myself when I was younger. I don't think doing what you're fond of is the best idea considering your current situation. Never know till you try. I'm just getting pretty fucking sick of hearing Snake Tag complain about every time he's on watch. I complain about you every time he's on watch. You mean Ezekiel? Ah, that's the name. Been here for 2 months and you still don't remember everyone's names? Hey kid, come on, cut me some slack. I've spent almost half of our time here locked up, and half of the time I wasn't locked up, I was shit-faced. Whose fault is that? You didn't want to be in here, you shouldn't have been so impulsive. To be honest, I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. What? I mean, all things considered, I got a pretty sweet deal, didn't I? I get all my clothes washed for me, all my food cooked and brought to me in constant company, and yeah, on top of that, you literally, kid, you're literally scot-free right now. If someone kills you, everyone knows. And if you kill someone, everyone knows. You know the best part of that company, kid? I basically got 24/7 protection out of my little gamble. If anyone tried to murk me while guarding me, then the schedule would prove they were the only one who could have done it. And even if someone attacked me when they weren't on watch duty, they'd have to find some way to deal with whoever was watching me. And at that point, most would just find an easier target, no? You'd be surprised. Now he put it like that. And I'm not even really trapped, am I? There's nowhere to physically lock my cell door, and I could overpower most of you. And even if I didn't want to resort to that, all it would take is laying on the old food charmer and sweet-talking Pinky a little bit to be let out. Right now, I'm enjoying the 5-star treatment. So that's why you haven't decided to break out at all. Bingo! Surprised no one's got onto it. Why are you telling me this? Eh, who knows? Maybe I'm just bored. I was starting to think it wasn't that simple with food. The only thing that's really worrying is no one here tells me a damn thing about what's going on with Pigtails. She barely even meets my eyes when it's her turn to guard me. She's doing fine. I don't think you should worry. I think she just needs some time to work through and realize what she did was sort of messed up. She could do it again for all I care. One less creepy Scott making this world less comfortable for our girls is nothing but a win from my perspective. I'm sure not all of them deserved it. You'd be surprised. A lot of bad men out there. It's always the ones you don't expect as well. Bastards. Anyway, kid. The night's young. How about we break open some cards and play a few games? Yes! Hold 'em? Alright. Perfect. You can catch me up on what you've been doing while we're playing, kid. We play cards for a few hours while Fu ate his food, discussing things around the prison. I told him my growing concerns with certain prisoners. It seemed fairly understanding. I always ended up telling Fu more than I really should have. He just had a way of getting out of me. It's just enjoy the company, man. Eventually my turn to watch him ended and I left. Cleaning up the tray in the canteen before heading back to my own cell and turning in for the night. Watching Fu wasn't anywhere near as bad as I always anticipated it to be. Okay. What the fuck did that comment mean? I found myself sleeping in a little due to the late night I had prior. Watching over Fu meant I hadn't gotten to bed until a little later than I typically would, so I was a little tired. I was woken up by strange knocking on my door. I wonder who could it be at this time of day. I approached the door to see someone I didn't expect. Good morning, Shinky Poo! Taka? What are you doing here? Ta-da! I brought you some Taka treats! I forget, chat, but are the punishments for corruption like permanent or just like single chapter? Taka held out a tray of various breakfast foods out to me. All cut into shoddy star and fish shapes to try and make it look more nice. Permanent? Oh, okay. That's harsh. It honestly made it look more ugly, but I wasn't going to tell him that. He literally gave you an autism platter. That's so insulting. Thanks? What for? For looking after Wang last night. I've been making sure people doing the night shift just get properly compensated afterwards. I hope this is enough. I can't touch the kitchen stuff myself, obviously. So I just sort of have my own breakfast tray and made it look fancy. Are you going to be alright after only having half of your breakfast? More than okay. I'll just ask Lori for a big lunch. If there's anything else I can get you, let me know. Oh, and do tell me when you're done, so I can wash it all up for you. Thanks. This is weirdly nice of you. Have you been doing this for everyone? Of course. Why wouldn't I? In a sense, now we're all working to keep Fu locked up. We're all each other's workers, no? And I want to make sure I take care of my workers this time, however I can. What I was doing before really wasn't great, was it? I can tell myself all like that it's just how the industry works, but it really isn't how the industry should work. I heard a lot of people trying to do what I thought I had to. The audience may not believe I'm worthy, but I don't care anymore. I'll show the whole world that Taka Takahiro can do better. Okay, so, your final task. Let your employees unionize. I don't think it matters how much effort you put in. I think they're already set on their opinions here. They can think what they'd like. I'm not all that bothered about appealing to them anymore. What? But you... I don't know. I've been thinking since the trial. I honestly thought everyone here hated me to bits. Most of them probably still do. I thought I had no one. So I turned to the audience. In hopes at least they could give me validation, attention, or at least care about me. Even if it was just them being invested in seeing when I would die. But seeing Sugi save me, even if they weren't too keen on me at that moment, it reminded me that I don't need the audience to care. I was so preoccupied thinking about the audience. I forgot I did have people in my life who did care about me. Care that I could actually physically see. Can you let them unionize from prison though? Mononeko, you have the opportunity to bring about the funniest motive imaginable. Also, hi Ashley, welcome. And it wasn't just Asuka. Laura has been kind to me, looking out for me. Even you in a sense, Shinku. Thinking about it all, I've made up my mind. I want to do better. Not for the audience, but for my people in my life that do care about me. Also, chat, breaking news, Phil Spencer has retired from Xbox. That's really nice to hear, honestly. It's not going to change. It's not going to all change all at once, but I know that. But I still want to try. I want to prove I can do better. Oh yeah, Chad. I'm not pulling your tail. That happened like an hour ago. And that starts with little things like this. I want to prove I'm serious about this. You know how it is. No pics. Didn't happen. So we'd up, Shinky Poo. Hope it's to your liking. Anything else I can do for you? Just keep that new mindset, okay, Taka? I think this will be good for you. People won't all forgive you at once, but if you keep being more considerate, maybe more people will come around you. Suki has started talking to me again. I think we're going to be taking care of the frogs together. I don't know why, but since yesterday, I've been all smiley. It's really fired me up. I even want to do double the help. I'm on top of the world right now. So what do you need, Shinku? Laundry? A foot rub? A cool little dance? Your room cleaned? A personal assistant? Between my shifts, I could follow you around and give you advice like a little homunculus on your shoulder. It's okay, bro. Okay, let's slow down a bit. Sorry. I'm just buzzing right now. It's like I've just hit the bonus round of life. It's only up from here. It's just a shame that no matter what I do, I'll still get the shocks. It really limits what I can do. Yeah, at least Dr. Elenius is always willing to help you circumvent them. I suppose so. Anyway, I'll leave you to eat. Let me know when you're done. No worries. I'll wash it up myself. I smiled as I watched Taka practically skip down the halls. Yet seemed to be slowly getting his energy back since the last trial. I ate the breakfast. Could have been better, but it definitely could have been worse as well. When I was done, I moved into the hallway, intending on taking taking the tray to the canteen to wash it up. Okay, so okay. Okay, now this game's laying it on thick, so I know this like isn't like actual growth. But I paused seeing a certain door in the hallway that had recently been unlocked. If Taka was able to prove he could change, if he could do better, summoning my confidence, I stepped into the office. Who said I couldn't take a stance? Warden, I have a question. What? What is it? Couldn't you just ask Modern Echo? If the audience votes someone as corrupt, if they prove themselves as being able to redeem themselves despite that, will you revoke all the restrictions of being corrupt? What? I presented the warden with the empty tray. Taka has apparently been trying his best to take care of everyone, giving those who watch over Fu, helping Dr. Alinius. He's trying to make amends for his crime. If he keeps this up, what would be the point of continuing to punish him like he's corrupt? Are you serious? Yeah, I didn't think he'd ever change, but it seems like he really started to. He took the food that another prisoner prepared for him and gave it to you. That's hardly any work on his part. How the hell is that changing? Can't deny that he's putting in the bare minimum because he got stabbed and doesn't want to die. That's all there is to it. He'll always be a terrible person. No matter what he does, it won't undo or change the fact that he's harmed people. Audience judgments are final. If they don't think you can change, if they want to punish you, then that's the end of it. I wouldn't overrule a verdict and name a worthy prisoner as corrupt just because they're not acting perfectly. If I did that, the votes would lose all value. The votes aren't fair, not rational. Well, if you don't want to believe them, you don't have to. You can be as delusional as you want to be out there. Just don't bring you being guilt-tripped and manipulated by the corrupt prisoners in my office and make it my problem. I just thought you don't have any power here. Accept it. Don't you have better things to do than bother me? Quite frankly, the last prisoner I want to see. What do you have against me anyway? Don't act like you don't know. Now, do you mind getting out of my office? Go run along and talk to someone for once or something. I don't know, just don't come in here again and treat my office like the feedback and suggestions room. It's not. Alright, I get it. I'm leaving. I let out a sigh and left the office, moving into the canteen to clean the breakfast tray, pondering what I should spend the morning doing. Micah was busy on watch duty today, so I didn't have to worry about her. Before I knew it, my legs practically started moving on their own. It had practically become routine to spend my mornings where they were taking me. I found myself once again in the courtyard. It had become something of a habit since the last trial. The bodies had been buried here. We thought we'd erect small graves to them. That was a heavy day. Some shallow words were exchanged about how at least now the bodies would help plants here grow. We all knew that didn't matter. Plants would have grown regardless. I guess watering the seeds of our grief with sweet honey made it easier to stomach. It stunted the growth. Flowers had already been planted on Vince's grave before I got there. Messily uprooted pink blossoms, the roots still desperately clutching to the dirt which they once belonged to. I kneeled down quietly and added my own small, blue forget-me-nots. I'm so sorry. What did I even have to apologize for? I wasn't sure. I just always felt the need to. That's a lie. I knew deep down what I was apologizing for as I turned away from this grave after a moment of thought. instead moving to the less well-maintained grave slightly off to the side. Immense loss had been felt all throughout the prison. As the courtyard became more overgrown and wild, his absence became more notable. No one could deny something big was taken from us. And yet, once more, I knelt down and placed flowers under Cruel's grave regardless. I had no words as I just sat there by the grave, the lingering guilt swelling in my chest. If I just hadn't stepped outside, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to slip the poison in the mask. Someone else would have done something, sure. Someone would still be dead. But Min would still be here. He'd still be here. If I just kept a closer eye on Jakul, he was so clinging to me, I could have saved him from his own cowardice. Who am I kidding? What could I have done? He was the one who chose to kill in the first place. He'd have done it eventually if I hadn't stepped out. It was all his choice. So why? Am I so stuck on what-ifs? Why do I miss him so much? Oh. I knew I couldn't stay here forever thinking. Getting two in my own head wouldn't be good. Besides, the longer I spent here, the stronger the feeling of guilt would be. Pause before leaving. Walking over to the pond, looking to my reflection for reassurance.
What am I even doing here?
So dead inside. I asked myself, looking into my own eyes, if I was searching for some sort of reasoning behind them that wasn't inherently selfish.
This is pathetic. I shouldn't be mourning someone who's killed this much. I only knew him for a month. This is just disrespecting Min's memory. Coming up with excuses, what ifs. All just to lick my own wounds. I'm making it all about me again, aren't I?
Well, kind of have to do it before this chapter ends, huh? Because there's a higher chance of you being exposed now. Come on.
Is that so surprising?
What? This again. I flicked around to face the figure, but
She's not.
she completely disappeared. She wasn't behind me. Where did she go?
Over here!
I flicked around to where that playful, teasing voice was coming from. Only to see her standing on top of the water. How is that even possible? That's the part you're taking issue with?
It's you. Why do you keep doing this? Who are you?
The figure just stood and smiled at me, letting out a small giggle.
No. What are you?
It tilted its head for a second before turning around.
Wait! Don't! Come back!
Catch me if you can!
The figure hopped a few floaty steps in the pond before sinking into it, leaving a trail of ripples. Perhaps without thinking, I dove in after them, finding myself sinking deeper and deeper into their inky black world once more. I just knew I had to catch up with them. Fast. I approached and saw her sitting on the tree, playfully swinging her legs. As soon as I approached, I became surrounded by similar-looking figures.
Oh, you made it.
What do you want from me?
Me? What do I want? I don't know. You're the one who keeps clinging to me. What do you want?
I want to be left alone, please.
The crowd erupted into a cacophony of giggles.
What's so funny?
So, you want to forget this all? Forget what happened? Forget what you did?
I do, yes.
You know you can't do that, though!
I see.
Not in this place!
Well, to fully forget a memory, you have to remember it first, don't you?
That doesn't make sense.
You can't exactly forget something you can't remember in the first place. So, how about we play a game?
Rock, paper, scissors. For each round I win, I tell you a fact about what the fuck you did.
If you're able to fully remember me, as I properly am, not in this little idealized form you've made, and accept what you've done, I'll completely disappear. I'll let you get on with your life.
How do I remember you?
Well, a memory has 3 things. A body, to move and act as they please. Eyes, to form their own perspective, independent of yours.
Is that the case, love?
And a voice, to say what it thinks.
I see. And how do I get these things?
Well, how about we say our first little encounter counted towards you remembering my body? You certainly looked at it, hanging there, for a long time. What a freak. For the others, let's have a little more fun.
So the voice is going to be the audience. No, that's cruel.
To get my eyes, let's put yours to the test. Just like old times, Let's play hide and seek. The rules are simple.
You're not going to ask me 100 questions?
Find what you seek, and I'll give you those eyes that'll help you find the truth.
I don't suppose I have a choice, but...
Right, okay.
Or what the fuck did he do? I'm saying, chat, he used his sister as a murder Pinterest board.
Great! Just close your eyes and count to 10.
I close my eyes, an uneasy feeling in my chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I open them and...
Huh? This is... my childhood home. I should start looking.
But what if I don't? The door seems to be locked. It's filled with a lot of lint. Not much else, though. All of our shoes and coats are neatly stored in a pile. And welcome to Rory and Co, who's probably tuning back into the stream to say their line. Akari's shoes are all beat up. She got through them so quickly. It's a wonder she wore them every day until they were this worn down. Mom would always buy me new shoes when I needed them. I don't know why she didn't just ask. Guess she was just stubborn. Laundry supplies and powders, all labeled with clear instructions on how much to put in for what kind of wash. It always seemed a little strange to me when my parents did that. They never asked us to do our own laundry, so I don't know why the instructions were there. Well, it's fine to write for yourself, no? I do fancy washing machine. I had our last one for years. It eventually broke down. Akari decided to put all of her clothes in it at once. The house properly flooded. Properly flooded. My mom was really mad. Okay, so that's... Oh, well, at least we got a new washing machine out of it. I wish Akari had taken it as a lesson to be more careful in the future. Boss? Cupboards filled with extra sheets and towels. Various cleaning supplies as well. I never really looked in here that much. I didn't realize how neatly they were organized. All of my mom's articles neatly archived in colored folders. Guess a specific folder for articles she didn't write, which she saved. Those articles tended to be reviews of my work. Aw. What the fuck did you do, buddy? Fresh lavender from the community gardens. My dad always liked to make sure plumbing plants were all around the house. He liked the idea of us sitting down and all eating as a family. But me and my mom were often too busy working for sit-down meals. Akari tended to be out of the house, too. What's the calendar? Calendar currently at May. My mother has all of my publishing events and deadlines written down. She was always very organized. She's made sure the 22nd is completely free from work for me. I always like making sure, no matter how famous I got, that I got my birthday off. I wanted to make it special. Phone's disconnected. Sometimes my mom would do that when Akari was acting out and her cell phone had been taken away. Landlines? At this age? Maybe if it was 2013. But I can't see why she'd do that now. Still, even if it was connected, I don't know who I'd call. God? Ichi maybe? Probably one of my most recent releases. My mother would always proofread the finalized version one last time before publication. I think my dad would read them as well. He just had a lot less to say about them. I'm just glad he was supportive. That was always my dad's pride and joy. He had it for years. He kept it in every house we'd been to. Sometimes he felt like he cared about the plants as if they were his kids. Various school textbooks, especially helping with maths and kanji. Kari struggled quite a bit in school. My mom always tried to help her by buying her these textbooks and giving her extra academic support. She always ignored it. All the textbooks in her drawer have hardly been touched. I felt like this sentence could be a bit trimmed down. Akari was an incredibly stubborn person. If she couldn't do something right the first time, she saw no point in trying again. I wish she'd been a little more grateful. I'd watch that tone if I were you, buddy. It's filled with school reports and academic records. My mother kept all of her records organized and easily accessible. I appreciate it greatly in retrospect. It made writing CVs and applications a lot easier. Although it's a little embarrassing, she still has prizes from when I was about 6 for participation in the sports festival. Photo of me, my mother, and my father singing at the gates to Hope's Peak. I'm wearing my uniform. This is when I first got scouted. I remember feeling so nervous. With how proud and supportive both my parents were of me, that anxiety lessened a little. We didn't have a TV until I was a bit older. We would often entertain ourselves with a mixture of imagination and old books. I remember when we ran out of books that we could understand, we ended up making a massive fort out of all of them. My mom was so mad. I understand it now because these were the only books she hadn't sold, and she didn't want them getting damaged. At the time, it just felt like she was spoiling her fun. I ended up telling Akari all sorts of my own stories in order to keep her entertained and stuff. I guess that's how it all started, huh? A bookcase containing new copies of all my releases. My parents wanted to make sure we kept a copy of all of them. When I wanted new ideas, I'd come down here to try and see everything I'd done before and work from there. T. I wasn't particularly fond of tea, but my mother really got into it, and so did Akari. I freshly boiled a pot of Earl Grey tea. My mom didn't always do much of the cooking, but she'd always make sure there was tea ready for me in the kitchen whenever I wanted it, especially on busy days. The fruit bowl is topped up to the brim, as per usual. When my mom had a stressful deadline coming up, my dad would always spend a lot of time at the community garden. It was really considerate of him. He'd always come back with fresh fruits to help my mom calm down and stay healthy. A lot of old plants have been discarded into the kitchen bed. The pantry was always stocked up with ingredients. My parents wanted to make sure we always had something. Very few snacks though. My parents figured that if you weren't hungry enough to make something from scratch, then you weren't really hungry in the first place. Just bored. That's boomer talk. My dad always made sure the fridge was fully stocked up. He wanted to make sure that no matter what, we had something to eat. The sink had been scrubbed to perfection. Half chopped up vegetables. It seems he was making spinach oitashi. That was always one of my favorites. Akari didn't like it though. Not that it matters. She was usually out of the house for dinner. The kitchen was my dad's domain. He learned to cook in order to save money when we were poor. He'd always make sure I was eating well. He was very worried about my health. Alright, and now we go and stab Akari to death, I guess? Oh my god, how many... My trusty personal teapot. My mom and dad would always constantly bring tea to my room when I really got in the flow of working. One time Akari and her friends filled it with oil instead. I was so engrossed in work I didn't realize until I took my first sip. It always threw me off my work like that. Completely just lose my focus. I always wanted to read more, but I never really had the time. I'd always ask my parents to get me books I was interested in, and they would, but I only ever ended up reading a chapter or two before I got busy. After a while, I stopped reading entirely. I got scared I'd accidentally somehow steal others' ideas or something. You can tell Shinku is a terrible thinker because he hasn't thought of the idea that all art is derivative anyways. Unfinished drafts on the floor. I should really tidy up. A list of deadlines and dates from my publishing agency, alongside an inquiry about my latest project. I made a variety of suggestions. I was always quite bad at following them, but my mother would always do the arguing for me. Various CDs. I always liked collecting them. H worked at a record store briefly and would bring me any CDs he thought would help me write. Usually after about an hour of listening and trying to write, I'd either be completely lost in the music or overstimulated by it and turn it off. When that one Yui song Angel Above came on, I couldn't help but stop everything and sing along to it. How did it go again? And if sometimes you feel for your love, send a little message for her. Descending shall be there for you, with you with their love. Waiting only for you. Such a classic. I finished with 4. Okay. Yui Opinion makes a splash. Exclusive beach photo shoot of the former Ultimate Idol. Okay, so you do know Shinku. Bought this magazine for the interview, I swear. Bro, you're not a journalist. Fuck off. Just... I looked at the diary. The accounts were in mine. Wow. There is a book here. Oh. Yeah? Nice bed, though. GG, my emotional support plan. My dad would take coming to my room to water him as an excuse to check up on me. The plan was kind of annoying and would attract bugs into my room, but I didn't really mind. Dad stuck at the personal diary. He said it would be good for me. Mostly I just end up forgetting to write very little since I was so exhausted from work. At Alloy Bear, my dad would always use this when we had birds. I'm not really sure how much it helped, but he insisted it was good for us. I couldn't turn him down when he had that smile on his face. A closet filled with lots of practical work clothes my mother owned. A lot of slightly oversized tacky t-shirts my dad enjoyed wearing. My father enjoyed collecting bugs, especially butterflies. He didn't have much money growing up, so never really had the time or money to spend on his interests or hobbies. I think he tried to rectify that as he got older. He spent a lot of time very fixated on his interests. Sometimes he'd be so engrossed in the community gardens he'd forget to come home and cook dinner. It was almost endearing. My dad did a lot of journaling. It was very mindful for him. He didn't seem to write all that much, but it made him happy. A picture of my parents. You... Oh, that beating was personal. Okay. I mean, I knew it was personal, but it was... In the blood? A picture of my parents. My mom was a journalist, but struggled to make it into the industry until I got a talent. My dad did various labor jobs, but managed to become a full-time house spouse once I got my talent. He spent most of his time after that cooking and taking care of the house and his plants. I'm really glad they're my parents. They're the most supportive people I know. I was very lucky to be born as their child. Is Shinku blind or something? No, he's just dumb. Carnations rest on top of the drawer. The drawer itself is locked. Only Mom had the key. I remember one time when he was younger, a car clogged the pipe by trying to flush a load of candy wrappers down the toilet. He brought them home and tried to hide them in her room, but scared of my mom finding the wrappers in the bin and questioning her, so she tried flushing them down the toilet. I think just ended up making my mom more mad when she eventually found out. The damages were expensive too. Weird to see the sink so clean. Usually it'd be stained with Akari's hair dye. Around the time she started junior high, she started freaking out that her hair was growing more and more brown as she got older. She kept on bleaching it back to blonde. And when she got in with that coal crowd, it was slowly more and more unnatural highlights. My dad always found it a shame, but he thought she'd look much better if she just let it grow brown. He just let her do what she wanted. It was her life after all. The bath is fully filled up? That's strange. We're moving somewhere with more than one bathroom. Mainly because Akari would spend hours in the bath. I always wondered what she was doing. The cabinet is locked by a 4-digit code. I know my mom kept all the important keys in here. If I can get it open, I'd have access to anything locked. Should I try to open it? Maybe later. I feel bad if I'm talking. I would like to save. Actually, I wonder if... Okay, good. Whew. Letters from Akari's school. Probably about her behavior, or maybe her grades. There's always something with Akari. Must have stressed my parents out a lot. Various books rented out from the library, typically about subjects my mother was writing articles about. She was very vigorous with her journalism. No stone would be left unturned. My mother was very meticulous. Isn't that meticulous, or is that meticulous? Yeah, that's typo. This is unreadable garbage. She wanted to make sure she could create the best reports possible. Nestled between them are a few books on parenting. Maybe that's her secret behind why she was such a good mother. There's a printer between the books on the shelf. Various ink cartridges are next to it for backup. The printer was only to be used with her permission, although she was never one to say no to me. The shelf was also one where she hid small milk candies. It was our little secret. If Akari knew about them, she'd eat them all up. My mom always let me sneak one when I was having a bad day. My mother's computer. Seems like it won't turn on right now for some reason. There's a sticky note attached to the side of the screen though. Filing cabinet code MMDD. Child's birthday. I should keep this in mind. Loads of files filled with accounting records and financial documents. My mother always handled my taxes for me. She made it so I only had to focus on writing and nothing else. I'm really grateful she did all that for me. Are we just not going to address this? Sir. Sir. Small plastic roses on a pretty cluttered nightstand. All sorts of knickknacks litterets. We used to have real roses, but the place got tired of cleaning up after the constantly falling petals. That said, it was a pain. The plastic ones still have thorns on them though. The door itself is unlocked and filled with a few Polaroids and photos. Not all that much though. I assume she used to keep more in here before the locks got removed. It's a little much. Hikari spent ages in front of this mirror, usually doing her makeup or hair. Never really had much interest in it. She just dressed up like that to fit in with her friends. At least that's what I always thought anyway. We're gonna shoot the birthday. I mean, I can probably just, like... I imagine this is just my opportunity to just, go look at... Oh, on the calendar? Oh, right. The door. It was, like, May 22nd, I think? Why did I even panic like that? No, it was, month and then date, right? It unlocked. Master key obtained. Okay. I opened it with the master key just to check. Inside were various items my mother had confiscated away from us. Well, mainly Akari. A vape, her old phone, sweets. If that's why my mom found, I wonder what the stuff she didn't find was like. I unlocked the closet, opening it up. But what was inside made me take a step back. Oh. Oh, God.
Am I what you seek? Shinku? What's wrong? Don't you want to see me again?
No, this isn't...
Ah, I see.
The figure took a step closer, its features warping and distorting.
Perhaps this is it. What's with that look? This is what you want, isn't it?
Easy comforts.
Easy validation. That's what you want back, isn't it? A distraction.
No! I...
Or maybe something like this?
Or maybe it doesn't matter.
It's all the same to you in the end, isn't it? As long as someone believes in you, you don't have to doubt yourself.
You don't have to love yourself. They'll do it for you.
You don't have to think.
But you know all this, don't you?
This awful part of you tucked deeply away, so you don't have to face it. But you can't change something you don't recognize.
So don't look away.
The creature got closer and closer. What? What? Okay, chat. We're gonna do one thing before we continue, okay? I have to check. I wonder if this is accounted for, and if not, I'm gonna be a little sad, okay? So it's a master key, right? I can get everything. So what happens if I just step out? Alright, you got my ass, whatever. Here, I thought I had something.
Shinku? Shinku!
Ooh.
Shinku, please!
So much for a master key? Yeah. Here, I thought I was gonna be offered an opportunity to be like the most in like denial.
Huh?
You're awake. Oh, thank goodness.
So, we were just laced, right? What are you doing, Taka? Ismene pulled me into a tight hug, holding on to me as if her life depended on him.
Please never worry me like that again. I can't lose you too.
Is? What happened? You don't remember? I paused. A sudden cold overcame me. I realized I was soaking wet. You were passed out in the pond. I was so worried you took a deep breath, composing herself, wiping her tears away. Sorry, I just got emotional for a second there. It's okay. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm not really sure what happened. I looked over at the pond. It seemed entirely normal. This man looked at me with a concerned expression. Let's see. Oh, don't worry me like that again. I thought I'd lost you. Just like that, and couldn't do it again. Couldn't lose you too. I was so scared. For just a moment, I felt so weak. Isma looked away for a moment before letting out a sigh, snapping back to her usual demeanor. To just say, you really have to be more careful. One of these days you'll give me a heart attack. Sorry. When you didn't show up to the motive announcement, I thought maybe... And then I found you and... Wait. There's a motive announcement? Yes. Neko gathered us all in the canteen. We were waiting for you. We should get back before Neko does anything drastic. But you're soaking wet. Do you have a blow hair dryer by any chance? That's fine. I can dry up later. I don't want to be late and get us all punished. Oh god. Alright, if you insist. But if you get a cold, then don't complain to me. We made our way to the canteen together. I didn't know how exactly I was going to explain my clothes being soaked. But right now, my current priority was getting to the motive announcement, before others were punished for my absence.
Well, now.
Don't worry, everyone. I found him.
Shinky Poo!
Shinku, you're alive! Oh, thank goodness!
Katsuki.
There you are. Oh, we were starting to get worried.
Huh?
Whoa, what happened? You okay? You're dripping wet. I'll explain later. Did I miss anything? Not yet. Don't you worry, kid.
Wait! But you sure did keep us waiting. Do you have an idea how many people show up to watch these big group meetings? You've left them all high and dry waiting forever to see what the new motive will be. Ugh, I can practically see the comments about us padding out the runtime by stalling. Ah, shit. Sorry.
All jokes aside, though, this all feels rightly paced so far. At least a comparison to what's the face? To what chapter 1 felt like for its daily life. Well, you're all here now, so we might as well begin. I braced myself. Last time Mononoke had an announcement like this, it was about the hostages. I don't know what I would do if we had something like that again. You know, things have gotten a little slow on the stream recently, so I was thinking we could really spice it up. Make some good content, change the formula, you know? See, last time was good, but it was the same damn thing every time. Wake up, discuss about in the canteen, great time and sleep. You guys not know how to spice it up? Live a little. I personally quite enjoy the structure. Well, to hell with it. I've got something that'll disrupt your day whether you like it or not. I thought we could all come together and play a game. Oh, that doesn't sound too bad. Especially not compared to last time. Yeah, well, there's obviously gonna be some fucked up evil murder twist or whatever, isn't there? Aw, come on. Give me some credit. Just want you guys to play a game of truth or dare. Nothing big. So what? We just give each other dares? That's all? I'm not too convinced. Every day from now until a murder occurs, an envelope containing a personalized truth and personalized dare for you to complete will be delivered to your cell. If you'd like to do your dare, which will be some sort of task chosen just for you, then your truth won't come out. But if you fail to do your dare, well, assume you've chosen truth. And what does choosing truth entail? Well, each truth will be some sort of secret you wish to keep hidden. If you choose truth, then that secret will not only be revealed to everyone within the prison, but also publicly posted on social media or platforms you may have. We'll make sure as many people on the outside are exposed to your secret as possible. That's complete bullshit. You're gonna reveal all of our crimes anyway. Why tank our reputation further? Not to mention, I don't know what you're gonna do for those of us who don't have any accounts on any of that shit. Don't you worry. Everyone has some sort of platform we can post our secrets on. I've seen you, Fu. I know before you were kidnapped, you loved scrolling IG Reels. Damn it. My Facebook. Oh, don't forget your WeChat. No convenient direct lines of communication to Tian and Jai on there. Think about it. How many fans, friends, family, work associates do you lot reckon are taking to your socials for any updates about your whereabouts right now? Any post from your socials at this age sure to cause a stir? It's just crazy. What do you even have on us aside from our crimes? Oh, a lot. Trust us. But you'll just have to wait and see what your truths are, This is horrible. Yeah, but it could be a lot worse, you know? Like, one of the dares make us do something embarrassing or stupid to someone else, I'm sure we can just understand it's for a dare and not hold it against the other person. Right. A lot of this seems set up to stir interpersonal conflict with the secrets being revealed and making us do dares. With communication, we can easily get through this. I'm certain of it. Oh, I ought to mention. If you tell anyone what any of your dares are, you will be severely punished. Great, of course. He also told us we couldn't tie the votes or avoid voting with the hostage that turned out to be a lie, so... This time we're not bluffing. Trust us. Your word does not mean a lot, Modern Echo. You're well past the point of no return. And the only way to stop the game is another murder? Yeah? So, again, what if no one just does anything? I mean, obviously that's a thing they'll like do like the truth for, but like at the same time, like what if no one engages with your idea, Mononeko? What if they boycott? But that's unrealistic. You're about to run out of dirt on us eventually. Surely. Oh, you'd be surprised. But even so, we'll start with the lighter stuff first. Little embarrassing middle school stories, stupid things you've done. Then we'll ramp up and escalate the severity of your truths and dares with each new day. Like frogs sitting in slowly boiling water. At least the first few days won't be too bad. Either way, the game won't officially kick off until tomorrow morning when I deliver the first envelopes. So enjoy your peace while it lasts. I've got some bits and bobs to prepare, so if there's no more questions, I'll be heading off. I have something I'd like to ask. Really? Don't you want to get this over with so you can dry off? You look a sad wet cat right now. More so than usual. We know Amelia exists right now. She's made her presence more than clear. Why isn't she the one giving the announcement? Because she's meant to keep her interaction with you to a minimum. Got it? Just because our office is unlocked now doesn't mean you can just wander into it whenever willy-nilly for a friendly chat. The motives are my job, and I'm not gonna let myself be replaced. I'm too iconic. Right. It seems strange to me they'd waste resources operating Modern Echo when they could just have Amelia do all these announcements without the extra power expenditure. But I doubt I would get any satisfying answers, even if I press further. Well, if that's all you had to ask, then I'll be on. Good luck with the game. I can't wait to see what you all pick. The cats scampered through the vents once more, leaving us with the knowledge of the impending motive. We all stood in silence for a moment. It was clear we were all trying to think of some sort of game plan, but no one was stepping up to voice their thoughts. Until the usual suspect took the prerogative. I suggest we do morning debriefs. Again? Like how we all met here during the hostage mode to vote? Precisely, but we'll only start doing them after the truths come out. We may not be able to discuss dares, but I believe the cat expects us to discuss truths after they get revealed. And I'm assuming there will be multiple of us who will elect not to our dares if they reach a certain level of severity. It's inevitable certain truths will come out, and I do not wish for that to divide us. And how the hell morning debrief's gonna help us here, huh? As far as I'm concerned, it just gets us all rallied in the same place for everyone else to dogpile them for whatever secret comes out. Then we'll be reasonable and try not to let that happen. I want the debriefs to act as a place where we can discuss anything unsavory that might come out about ourselves as a group and clear up misconceptions before they can cause conflict. Sounds reasonable in theory, but I'm not entirely sure how effective it'll be in practice. I'm not against it, but I don't think we should assume everyone here is equally open to rational discussion, or able to be reasonable with people's individual circumstances. And some secrets might just be that bad that they cause conflict regardless. Yeah, not to mention some of us don't exactly, want to get all talky about that stuff. Better to have something in place than to let conflict build. I think it's a great idea. It's also a way to do a roundup in the morning to make sure everyone is still a-okay. Yeah, at least helps with that. Means people aren't just cooped up in their cells all day. Can we make them a little later, though? I'm really struggling to get up early these days. Well, there's no way we're having food at the meeting this time, considering, we still don't know who Suicide Pact Steven is, and I'm not willing to risk it. So there's no reason we have to have it at breakfast time. How about 11 a.m. then? That late enough? I guess. That works for me. Alright, 11 a.m. meetings here, starting Tuesday when the first set of secrets get revealed. Is that settled? Everyone seemed to agree to that. I wasn't sure how much the meetings were going to help, but at least it was good to have something in place. Now that's sorted. Is everything okay, Shinku? Where were you? I found him in the pond in the courtyard. I thought he drowned. Were you attacked? No. Nothing like that. I was sliced. Then what was it? That's so strange. I wasn't quite sure how to explain it. I didn't want to come off as suspicious, but I didn't want to worry anyone by disclosing the truth. I still wasn't entirely sure what that was all about. Well, I'm not entirely sure. This dumbass probably just fell in the pond and didn't know how to swim. Come on. There's no need to be ashamed, Shinku. I had never learned how to swim either. I think I just fainted while I was walking on the bridge and fell into the water. Good as Min found me when she did. Right. If you're having fainting spells, Katsuki, we could always try to find you some iron tablets. No. Don't worry, it's quite alright. I'll be okay. Okay, just be safe, alright? I don't want anything bad happening to you. Maybe take it easy for the rest of today? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna dry off and lay down for a bit. I don't want to get sick or anything. Take it easy, kid. And if you do fall ill, I've got some old Wong family recipes that might be able to help you. If, you know, they'll let me out of my cell to make them. Right, we need to get you back. We need to get you back in there. Come on, Wong. Once again, kid, you can... I'm not calling you uncle. I followed after Takako and Fu as they left, returning to my own cell to put on some fresh clothes. I spent a while resting, bracing myself for how busy tomorrow would be. But after a while, I found myself becoming restless and wanting something to do. Maybe I should have a look around and see if there's anyone to talk to or anyone who needs a favor done. I just knew I needed to do something to get my mind off of tomorrow. Hopefully there's someone I can do a favor with, because we can't just have them be three of them stocked up. Takako, it's your turn on guard duty, right? Oh, yeah, it is. Don't worry. I'll go back in there soon. I just prefer to spend my shifts guarding the outside of the cell. The second you go in there, he starts trying to get you to talk. He does all these things for you, get you to open up. I'm sure he does it with everyone else. I just don't want to humor him. Not at all. Yeah, he definitely has done that with me before. But it seems mostly harmless. I'm not sure. I feel like he's planning something. Just talking to him grosses me out. Yeah. I don't want to give him the satisfaction of feeling like he can make amends with his daughter by making amends through me. I was really blunt for Takako's standards. I can't just about stand it and bite my tongue with the rest of you, but I don't want to play house with them. No way. I probably sound like a horrible person right now. Huh? I feel like it's pretty natural to draw boundaries to people who make you uncomfortable. Yes, but I don't think anyone really thinks about it in the way that I do. I think we all have invasive or shocking thoughts sometimes. That doesn't mean you're a horrible person. It doesn't mean you'd act on them. I think I just feel like if I think of something rotten, I'm just I just feel like if I think something rotten, I'm just lying to people and I'm manipulating them. Or tricking them or something, because I'm not the type of person who should be thinking those thoughts. People look at me and assume I'm just always positive and reasonable person. If I don't think like that, then I'm tricking people how I present myself, you know? No one's gonna play the thought ways. You're fine. No one can think perfectly 100% of the time. No one is this pure-hearted perfect paragon. I know that, but I should be that. That's why people were so shocked when I wasn't. Anyway, I still have a few hours left on this shift, and I don't really want to go inside the cell. Man, it's really hard for me to break my pact with chat here, because that was enticing. Michael, it's good to see you. Was your shift this morning? Okay, are you doing alright? About I'd like to be doing, considering the, motive. Pretty scary, huh? We'll find a way to get through it as a group. I promise you. I'm just trying to not think too hard about it, honestly. Dwelling on something I can't stop from happening isn't gonna do me any good, so I decided. Laura said I need to engage in more group activities if I wanted to feel better, but I don't really get invited to a whole lot of them. So I decided I'm gonna host one myself. Oh? It's probably not entirely appropriate, but all this talk about truth or dare, it's got me thinking about sleepovers even, you know? I get the impression everything is spiraling to being pretty serious again sooner or later, but I want to give everyone one last chance to just have fun and relax before that. That's why I want to host a sleepover for the girls. I think it'd be fun. No boys allowed? Well, I was kind of hoping you could come, You're sort of one of the girls. Shinku. Shinku, you should have really asked for this. Actually, it's a good thing. It's a good thing you didn't get the buy pin, because I don't think that's even accurate towards you anymore. If these are the constant reads you're getting. Plus, you're kind of the only person I'm really close to right now when I want you around because no one else talks to me. I'm sure the others won't mind. Have they already agreed? Have they already all agreed to come? Laura said she talked to them all about it. She thinks it would be good for all of us. Huh. That's really nice of her, actually. There's only really one teeny tiny problem. I kinda really super duper ultra mega mess things up. Whatever it is, we can figure it out, alright? I'm sure you're making it a bigger deal than it is. Really? I really don't want to be a bother. You're already doing so much for me. Aren't you gonna get sick of me soon, Shinku? Hey, you just be doing something to prove I'm one of the girls. It might make the others okay with me being invited. Well, when you put it like that. The issue is, I got ahead of myself again and told everyone I'd host in my cell, since it being stripped means it has a lot of space for sleeping bags and stuff. But I kinda, sorta, maybe haven't ever cleaned my cell ever. Please don't judge me. I know it's gross. I just got so swept up with things, and then it all started piling up, and there was just more and more garbage. And they left it all even after they stripped my cell. And at that point, I didn't really see a reason to clean it up, since I thought, just before I knew it, it had become this whole big thing I dreaded doing, and I felt so bad about it. Because if I could have just gotten the motivation to do it earlier, it wouldn't have gotten nearly this bad. Now every time I think about it, I just think about how much of a failure I am. I'm sorry. Please don't tell anyone. It's really embarrassing. Hey, it's okay. I'll sort it all out for you, alright? Really? You honestly don't have to. It's a massive job. I wouldn't want to put that burden on you. It'll be good for you in the long run. To have a cleaner cell, not just for the sleepover. So I'm happy to do it. If you're sure, just please try not to judge me for how messy it is. It's really bad, I know. It'll be alright. I'll let you know when I'm done. Right? Okay. Please do. If it stays messy, I think I should just cancel the sleepover for everyone's sake. I was sort of dreading what Michael's cell would be like, but I didn't want to let that show. I didn't want to make her feel ashamed. I should probably try to at least make some effort to clean it up if I want that sleepover to happen. Oh god, that's really barren. What the fuck? Let me tidy this up. Why not just have a sleepover in someone else's room? This is... I'm mortified. That looks a lot neater. No more rubbish. Report back to Michael. The pillow is yellow too. Hey Mai, it's not a lot, but I made things look a bit nicer in your cell. Should be good for the sleepover now. Wait, you actually... Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Shinku. I have no idea how much this means to me. Hey, it's really no big deal. Sure, it was way more effort than I initially thought it was going to be. But I don't want to make her feel bad over that. I just hope this will make things easier for her in the future. I really don't know how I can repay for this. Let's have fun with the sleepover. That's all I can ask of you. You're way too nice to me, Shinku. If you keep being this kind to me, I'm gonna start getting used to it. Aw, you really are the best. I wouldn't go that far. You're my friend. I'd do it for any of my friends. Still, thank you. I really don't think I deserve all this, but... Oh, right. I've still gotta get everything ready for tonight, alright? Okay. Let me grab the sleeping bags. I'll see you tonight, okay? Going? Of course! You're officially one of the girls now. I don't know if the others are gonna see it like that. Well, I want you there. Okay. I'll come. Thank you so much, Shinku. I'm just so excited I'm gonna burst. It's gonna be awesome sauce. I couldn't help but smile at her excitement. It's been a long time since I've seen Michael this happy. Even if cleaning our room was a tricky experience, seeing hope in her eyes for the first time in weeks made it all worth it. Everyone had come together to make Michael's cell comfortable enough for the sleepover, bringing sheets, pillows, beanbags, and all sorts. It was really nice to see everyone pitching in to make this nice, but their own reservations. I suppose part of it was Dr. Alunius' intervention when it came to Michael's sincere attempt, especially with the policy around not discussing a crime. There's far less opposition to me joining the girls' sleepover than I would have anticipated. Yeah, because all of them know. Admittedly, I've always been curious about what went on in them. The car constantly seemed to beg my mother to have them, so I always assumed it was just juiciest gossip was spread or something. I had my answer sooner than I anticipated, and I somehow agreed to what was soon to ensue that night.
So what is this stuff?
Concealer. It helps hide your blemishes and cover up the dark spots.
What was the mixing for that audio?
Ah, I see. Just, one small question. Did the Foundation not already do that?
Oh, Shinku. Don't tell him he's still got contour, highlighter, and setting powder left before you even start on his eyes. He'll have a conniption.
That's a lot of steps. Ow! Stop that!
Suck it up. Your cuticles are practically overtaking your nails. When was the last time you pushed these back, my dear?
I thought you were just going to be painting them.
And I thought you'd be better at holding still.
Sorry, I just didn't expect you to whip out ancient instruments of torture to do my nails.
Guys can be so dramatic, can't they? To be fair to him, some of that nail stuff hurts. Yikes! I do not miss it. But it's gonna be worth it. He's going to look so cute by the end of this.
Okay, I swear I was gaslit. Tell me, was Michael's like first line not mixed to the point where it sounded like it was like recorded like underwater? Also, this is really cute. But it really threw me for a loop.
Right.
I hate to be the audiophile in the room, but
With Chatel's hairstyling, I'm not too sure. Nah, trust in the process. It's gonna look great. Anyone got any hairspray?
I thought you were just tying it!
You know, chat. I've never necessarily been dolled up. The most I've ever had was a full set of nails, like painted. But one thing I'm always like low-key scared of is is like eyebrow extensions, chat, or like mascara or like stuff like that. I'm really uncomfortable with any eye area being touched.
Dude, it's Bump City up in here. Gotta smooth it out somehow.
What have I got myself into?
I'm surprised you're so unfamiliar with all this. Don't you have a suspicion?
Dot.
Well, I guess we weren't really all that close to the point she was getting into all of this makeup stuff.
Really? She didn't ask you to help with anything?
I think if she did, I would have been pretty hopeless at it.
Hold still, Shinku. I'm just going to put the blush on now. Is this pink okay?
Do I get a choice?
If you ask me, his cheeks are pink enough already. Oh, you stop that! You're the worst!
At least he's giving it a go. I doubt any of the other guys will be half as willing.
I don't know. Taka's probably used to it for stage makeup and shit.
I think he'd probably enjoy the attention a bit too much. If he got invited, we wouldn't hear the end of it for weeks.
Hey, come on now. Be nice to him. He just gets enthusiastic about this sort of thing.
I know. I just don't want him getting on the nerves of the other guys, you know? Besides, I kind of wish we did more girl stuff like this. It's more relaxing when it's just us.
No, Takako has a point. Considering his last makeup artist helped send him in here, I'm not exactly jumping to give him a makeover.
I'm certain he'd be more reasonable about it than you give him credit for.
Well, I'd much rather give him a makeover than Ezekiel. That would be a nightmare.
Stop! I'd pay to see that!
I'd pay to have him take a shower at this point.
I think I'd pay to see him
Maiko.
Hello?
Christ.
We really don't have to share all of our thoughts.
But I didn't get what. What did she say? Oh, that's what she said. Okay. Why are they shocked about this? This is probably like the most like straight arrow thing like Maiko could ever say at this point.
I'm sorry! I can't help myself! You guys don't think I'm weird, right? Everyone thinks about it sometimes, right? Right? Guys? Everyone thinks about guys they find attractive in the shower, right? Right? That's normal, isn't it?
Okay, it's not that crazy. What?
I'm not judging, but...
It's not that crazy, just awkward? I mean, it's just because it's Ezekiel, right? Mira, you don't get it? There's a room full of lesbians and ace people? Okay, ace people aside, just... lesbians. It's just... It's not that hard to put yourself in those shoes and think of, like, an analogous, like thought there.
I do it. It's normal. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Stop, don't laugh. Taki, hold me back! Stop! I can't laugh! And don't look at me like that! You're gonna make me laugh! Stop it! See? It's totally normal!
Oh, of course you think about guys in the shower.
That's...
I hadn't exactly realized the implications until it was too late.
This isn't exactly old news. I'm not sure why everyone's so shocked.
Well, I didn't expect him to be so openly enthusiastic about it. Regardless, it's his life. As long as he's not hurting anyone, he can like whoever he wishes to like. I would, however, perhaps not fantasize about people you personally know in the shop.
Alright, Wokester, just...
So, Mako, that contour thing. Let's do that.
We continued chatting and hanging out late into the night. At the end of it, I feel like I had several layers of stuff in my face, and at least 6 separate knots in my hair. But seeing everyone so happy and relaxed, even when knowing what was to come in the morning, that made it all worth it. I didn't mind being seen as weird or enduring a bit of embarrassment, but meant someone else wouldn't feel entirely alone or isolated. I just hope I wasn't repeating the same mistakes I made with you. I just hope if I did everything differently this time, I wouldn't lose anyone like I lost to you. Brother, you probably did... What's this insane... Like... You literally probably, like... I don't know, like... You probably, like, curried her head into, like, a basketball, like, net. Like... I think Ismene was right. Going to the motive announcement like I did definitely wasn't a good idea. My head was burning up a little bit. It was making it hard to sleep. Well, that and the fear of the impending motive. Which is why in the middle of the night, I made my way over to the infirmary, trying to find some sort of medicine. After taking a few things, I thought I might help make my way back. As I did, I saw a vaguely familiar figure mopping the floors.
Hold on!
It's you! Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's you. What's you doing wandering about at this hour? Do you never sleep? Sorry? I didn't mean to. If you're gonna run into me, could you do it in the common room? At least there it's close to your cell. Getting you back there from here is gonna be a pain. You could really stand to lose a few pounds. Whoa! Hey, give me a break. Oh, sorry about this, kid, but... Oh, wait, hey. Don't knock me out. Hold on. Warden's orders. Can't do much about it. Taka told us about you. You're an Ultimate 2, aren't you? That not obvious? Well, don't compare me to that talentless warden brat. Just like the rest of the fools in that stupid movement. Just unskilled nobodies who are just jealous others have gotten good. This would be a touchy subject for him. If I can get him to talk about his talent, I could get some more information. Out of curiosity, what's your talent? I'm the ultimate investor. What's next? Are you gonna tell me you're like a polymarket trader? Huh. So you deal with stocks and things like that? Absolutely. I was one of the best in the business, if you can tell already. If it wasn't that with our wretched salesman pushing certain products of stocks I dropped just to spite me, I'd have a perfect record. Well, if you ignore my crime as well, but quite frankly, it wasn't really a crime. They all chose to invest. It's their fault they lost their money. Wait. You know your crime? I don't think I told us you were meant to be a participant. I didn't know you were aware of the specifics. Well, yes. That brat reminds me of it constantly. Whenever I mess up, she suddenly starts pulling out all the statistics. So, what is it? What the hell do you want to know? Well, you don't think it's that bad, then maybe you're right. Or something. Every ultimate has a few skeletons in their closet. It's just what you do to have to get big. People always knew what they did. They're just acting like they care now because it gives them an excuse to put on this whole thing and still act like they still feel like they're morally right. All I did was tell people to invest in Hope's Peak stocks. I just did my job. That's hardly a crime, is it? Sure, I might have known the stock was going to go down in value due to those ridiculous protests. But it wasn't my fault people followed my advice and lost money. If they were so poor it sent them into debt, they shouldn't have been investing in the first place. Hope's Peak told me to tell people to invest. And who am I to say no to them? They so graciously gave me my title after I bought out a portion of their stocks. It was just show of good faith, no? Wait. You got the title of Ultimate Investor by investing in Hope's Peak? Well, yes, but... I'm an ultimate. That's what counts. I don't think it should matter how I got my title. Shame they couldn't include this guy in the game. He'd really proven their point about ultimates quicker than any of the rest of us could. Yeah, says you? Well, if that's what you think. Come on, I'm not the bad guy here. Us ultimates need to stick together. It doesn't matter how we got our title, or what we do with it, what we've done. That movement wants us all gone. And without ultimates to guide society, where would it be? Who would be advancing fields? Who would people look up to? What reason would people have to try to succeed if there's no goal to reach for? We're not supposed to do it for the benefits. Like it or not, ultimates drive society. The world became disillusioned with politics, disillusioned with democracy. Everyone started to feel they had no impact. But we're what drives the public, Shinku. We're the middlemen. We are more touchable than your average politician. We're people just like them, who just so happen to make it great. As long as the public thinks they can be an ultimate, people will keep moving in society. People will keep trying to reach it. People will think if I just work hard enough, then I'll be recognized. Then I can make a proper change. What do you think would happen if there were no ultimates? If there was no hope of never reaching the top? If everyone thought they'd be stuck with no chance of climbing the class ladder? No one would try. But what would be the point in living if you thought you'd be stuck working the same boring, low-paying, uninspired minimum wage job your whole life? To make art, memories, connections, things you care about and love. Don't make me laugh. Society doesn't care about that unless you can market it, sell it, make something of it. Until then, it's just wasting time. It's pointless. Fuck you too, buddy. Landlords, governments, and rent payments don't care how many meaningful memories you have. They care about what you can give society. Ultimates provide a point to pursuing those things. Oh wow, you're a shit. You love licking the boot? Oh my god. Ultimates provide a point to pursuing those things. They make you feel like one day you just stick with it. You can make something of it. You could be noticed and become someone notable. Who cares if they won't actually ever get there? As long as people have the illusion they can, they'll be happy. How are you? How do you recognize that people like thinking that they're temporarily embarrassed millionaires while also thinking you're a temporarily embarrassed millionaire? What the fuck? That's not... Think about it, Katsuki. Don't fall for their shallow arguments. We, special people, are what keeps society together. Until you realize that, you have no hope of getting out of here alive. Before I could argue back, I felt the mop being swept under my feet once more, knocking me down to the floor. So watch what you say. And it all went black once again. Ugh. I woke up feeling groggy, the morning dawning on me before I realized. What happened last night? I looked at my bedside table. Same old painkillers and water as last... Fucking evil Santa. At least he's taking care of me afterwards. I let out a sigh, reaching to put the ice pack he placed on my head on the bedside table before I saw a small envelope. It was labeled Day 1. That must be for the motive. I hesitantly picked up the envelope and slipped out of bed, making my way to my desk to open it up. I slid open the top and took a pause, slipping out the paper. There were 2 subtitles on it: Truth and Dare. I guess I'd either choose to be their provided or have the truth listed be revealed tomorrow.
Let's see. What's the truth? For many years now, when you feel lonely, you have written fiction where you insert yourself into a romantic relationship with your favorite idol, Yui Appinia. Oh my god, how do they know about that? It was only a few times, I swear! Come on, that was private, and I was 14! How did they find it? Oh god. It was because of that being sold to Yui Appinia and forced to go on tour with her one shot I posted on my alt.
What? Oh, sorry, you're being sold to... What the fuck? What? Ooh.
Okay. I can't let anyone find out about that. God knows what Ezekiel would do with that information. Let's see what the dare is. Present Prisoner 03 with fiction including you and him having a romantic relationship. Prisoner 03? Who is that again? 01 is
Zeke?
me, 02 is Lyra, 03 is... Oh. That's Ezekiel.
Alright, so my options here were to risk Ezekiel murdering me by giving me something like that, or social suicide from everyone finding out about what I used to write about you. Oh my god, man, that's... Great. This was just great. But putting that aside, what sort of stupid motive was this? Are you sure, man? That's... Knowing you, Shinku, you've written worse and you've just decided to, like... You know, not speak about it in your private room like that to me. You're a sick fuck. Sure, it was embarrassing, but no one would seriously kill over this. This had to be a joke. Compared to the hostages, this felt like nothing. Are you sure? You're... I could only help but wonder if we were being lulled into a false sense of security. Mononeko did say it would get worse as the days progressed, so... Shinku walks down the stairs, hair in messy bun. Akari says we had to sell you to Yui Opinion. This is your punishment for murdering me. You think he wrote that before or after he killed his sister? I couldn't worry about that. Right now, I needed to worry about my current situation. As I was assessing myself, it was better to suck it up and take the scrutiny much of being out of a brain, or embarrass myself by presenting something like that to Ezekiel and risk straining our friendship further. Friendship. A realization dawned on me. Oh, wait. Ezekiel is kind of stupid. If I just make a subtext, then he won't notice anything. But then turns out, Ezekiel has a degree in media literacy. I can just write it as an autobiography of the events here to sell when we get out. Still, that's taking a risk. I don't know how far I could go before you start reading into it. I mean, even if he did, he'd probably realize it was a dare. But he'd hold anything against me at this point. But if I was able to get someone who knew Ezekiel quite well to help me write it, maybe I could escape today without my secret being outed and with having prepared things. There was only one person I knew who could help me. It took a little bit of convincing and a promise that I would help her with their dare in return. But eventually... You're not supposed to discuss theirs, though?
I suppose it's only natural you'd want my expert opinion.
Lyra had eventually agreed to help me write in a way that wouldn't set Zeke off. And had made herself very comfortable in my room.
Hey! I didn't tell you that you could go on my bed.
Oh, shut up. Don't be a wuss. I took off my shoes. We're good. But honestly, Shinku, I'm surprised. You know, I thought if anyone could write a passionate and steamy story between two men, it would be you.
I don't want it to be passionate or steamy.
Oh, you're looking for more of a cute kissy-kissy, hold hands, fluff slop sort of deal then?
I'm looking for something that Zeke won't immediately register as weird.
Guess we can scrap whatever you were planning initially then. God knows what your fucked up little mind considers normal.
Oh my god, you're impossible.
Lyra had been so attached to Zeke this past month that I barely got to spend any time with her. I forgot what she was like.
Can't we just get this over with, please?
Okay, don't get your panties in a twist. I'm here to help. If you want to go about this without setting off Zeke's gaydar or whatever, it's probably easiest to just write something hyping him up. A lot of, wow, Zeke, I wish I could be like you. Take it from an admiration angle and he'll just think you've become a fanboy or whatever.
But he also views that as gay, Lyra.
And he won't find that weird?
Dude, any way you go about this he'll find weird. It's just about doing preemptive damage control at that point. Honestly, even if he'll give you shit for it, I think he'd actually appreciate something gassing him up at this point. Especially if it's the sorta, I really look up to you deal.
Well, that's not all that surprising.
Yeah, after Mint, I think. I don't know, something changed. He doesn't show it a lot, but I don't think he believes a lot of the stuff he says about himself anymore. Probably doesn't help that Iz keeps on insisting that he's gonna ruin me or whatever, or get me killed. Like, okay, it's literally not your business. Like, why are you so obsessed with me? Do you have a crush?
I think she's just concerned.
Yeah, like, whatever. I know she's your friend, but I don't know. I think she should lay off Zeke a bit. I mean, she wasn't the only person who lost someone, and I wish she'd think about that. It's whatever. I guess he's going to get you killed as a fun change of pace from the usual. That foul and evil temptress is going to ruin his life!
I think it's a bit of both, honestly.
I mean, try to see things from her perspective. You've barely been around since your verdict. You spend most of your time with Ezekiel. It's hard to get a one-on-one moment with you. And you know what happened to the last person who did that.
Oh my god, don't even start. Jesus Christ.
I'm just concerned.
No, you're not. You're just shifting the blame for Mint's death onto Zeke when it was Dracula's fault. That's what's going on here. Isn't it?
She seemed to pause for a moment, letting out a sigh.
Sorry, that was uncalled for. I know you cared about Dracul, If you are genuinely concerned, really, don't be. I'm all good. This is the best outcome I could have asked for.
Really? But you got...
Corrupt. Exactly what I am. There's not all that much to say, I don't think.
It's such a slim margin, though.
For someone who's so certain you're corrupt, you don't seem to feel particularly guilty.
I mean, it's just the way I am. I know it's bad, yeah, but I'm not gonna beat myself up for something that's just a part of me. For, like, as long as I can remember, I've always been shitty, you know? Getting into trouble at school, using people, leaving when things got tough. It gets to a point where you can't really go back, especially if it's the way you've always been. If I wanted to be forgiven, if I wanted to be actually worthy of redemption, I'd probably have to change myself to a point where I wouldn't even be myself anymore. And at that stage, what's the point?
I don't think you'd have to change that much.
Nah, let's be realistic here. If I'd managed to get worthy, it would have been because people found me hot or whatever. That's why it was so close, wasn't it?
No, but that's not saying you aren't.
And I guess I can't really fault them for that. I've gotten way too comfortable with using my looks to get me out of tricky shit. What goes around comes around. I shouldn't be disappointed.
But you are, aren't you?
I dug myself this hole. I can't complain too much. I used to try really fucking hard to be valued for something else. I'd try to be one of the boys, joke that if a girl was emotional, she was probably just on her period, join in with rating chicks. God, you don't even want to know.
Oh. Oh.
I figured that way they'd take me seriously or whatever. I used to be so fucking dramatic. Wanting my opinions listened to, wanting to be recognized for my debating. Yet, even after degrading myself like that, I'd always fall back on my looks to be valued. I guess it was just easier. Then I'd beat myself over it afterwards. God, I was pathetic. And considering I'm Little Miss Sellout, there probably wasn't all that much worth listening for to begin with.
Still, there must have been something behind it if Hope's Peak saw you as a big enough asset to the movement that they had to shut you up.
You think? Well, I don't really care that much now. It's whatever. In the end, I'd take having my flaws looked past because I'm hot over just having people voting me worthy to go against my wishes any day.
Really? Wouldn't that just be punishing you in its own way? If they feel the need to punish you, they probably see you as corrupt. Isn't that what you want?
It's different. It's about agency when it gets to that point. I really don't like having my agency taken away, but it just keeps happening. So I should probably just suck it up and get used to it.
I really don't think.
Anyway, we ought to get back to writing that thing, huh? Phew, sorry, got off track for a second there. Alright, let's focus and get this thing done.
Lyra and I spent some time writing this short story. We eventually settled on framing it as an autobiography of the events of the person we're working on. I figured if I just embellish one of the conversations that I had with Seeku with some homoerotic subtext, he wouldn't pick up on it. Or at least he would be too focused on my character talking about how big his muscles were to think too hard about the rest of it. Really, Shinku? I think we got your next big hit on your hands here. Ugh. I really hope I can find some way to get rid of this after we're done with today. No, seriously. I think this needs to be published. The public needs to see this. I didn't even want to write in the first place. Hey, come on. It could be a lot worse. At least you made something that isn't going to set Zeke off. I'll take that as a win. Yeah, thanks for helping. I really do appreciate it. Even if your suggestions were interesting sometimes. Still think we should have kept you calling him Big Z. Like... What, like Top G? I don't. I really don't. I think it would have added a lot. I know I can be impatient with you, but I do enjoy hanging out with you sometimes. You should really talk more. I don't want you to feel like Ezekiel's your only option. Oh, come on, man. I just made your life a living hell for the last half an hour and you're asking for more? Man, I know you're a masochist. I'm friends with Ismene, but I didn't know it was that bad. Seriously. I don't know, man. I think it's just better this way for everyone. Zeke gets someone to look out for him after Mint, and no one else has to really deal with him or me. Even if I have my own personal grievances with both of you, I think we should really try to come together more. That's all. I guess I've just been thinking about what Cool said before he died. Caring about someone is never a waste. You think he genuinely believed that? I hope he did. I think he's right. I like to think, even if things don't work out with somebody you care about, you can still take something good from the memories you had. I don't know. I feel like caring about me is a bit of a waste. Especially with how quick I am to throw people away. I hate it. I hate how much I'm dwelling on it. I hate how close I was to Worthy. It just sort of got me thinking. I can barely remember certain people's names or faces anymore. It's so blurry. Maybe I can't help but wonder if they've been able to just forget me and move on too. I'm sure they couldn't forget someone like you, Lyra. I wouldn't worry about it. You make quite the impression. Is that the right answer she needs right now? I don't really, want to be remembered, though. That's the issue. I just wish they were able to move on with their stupid lives and act like it was no big deal. I just wish they felt like they used me like I used them. It's easier to think of things that way. When it feels more transactional, you don't let yourself get hurt. You really do think you're a horrible person, don't you? I mean, I am, aren't I? I'm not like Satan or anything. But I just use people carelessly and throw them away when I get bored or scared. What I do. I didn't really know how to get out of it until I took the deal with Hope's Peak. It just felt like a cycle I couldn't escape from. I guess that's why I took the deal. I was just tired at that stage. I really am just a selfish person, but maybe that's okay. It's easier to be a bad person. Makes you feel more in control. If I was the one hurting and using others, they couldn't hurt me, did they? If I left, they couldn't leave me first. Pretty sweet deal, huh? I'm happy being this way. It's easier than having to try and go through this shitload of personal growth in a situation as bad as this. I know people want me to get better, but I kind of have a merge to do this chapter. If I'm not around them a lot, it doesn't really affect them at all. But I don't know why it matters. I'll do my thing, they'll do theirs. Well, I know you don't want to hear it, but putting everything aside, I don't think you're quite as horrible as you make yourself out to be. I think you're flawed, obviously, but we're all criminals. It would be hypocritical to not give you your chance. You still don't know half of everyone's crimes. For all you know, there could be someone much worse than you. Besides, you were the closest to worthy out of all the prisoners who voted corrupt. There were only a few votes off of worthy. Yeah, I know that. Don't you worry. All things considered, I'm doing a lot better than the others. I'm not really looking to improve, or whatever. I mean, I'm glad Taka has had some big realization. Even if it just so happened to be right after he started to talk to Asuka again, but, you know. But I don't really see a killing game as a prime setting for major self-improvement. You know? Like, I don't want to put any more stress on myself here. Besides, just because I think of myself as a bad person doesn't mean I'm unhappy. You know what I mean? I don't really get it. I just hope you know you don't have to isolate yourself like this. Well, if that's what you want to think. I just don't want you getting hurt because of me. You know? You don't just use people. I mean, you did agree to help me with this. Right, alright, me. You said you helped me with something if I help with this. Feel happy to return the favor? I guess he wasn't exactly helping out of the goodness of our heart. Of course, as long as I didn't do anything too rough. I just need you to stand still for a sec. Alright. Sorry about this. Lyra quickly grabbed my tie, pulling me forward, and before I knew it, chat, I visibly frowned. That hurt me. That hurt my soul. Thanks for that, man. Sorry about that, once again. Shut up! Shut up! You know, I look like giving Zeke the goods, babes. I'll get you later. You got this. Lyra. Okay, bye! She winked at me before quickly walking out of my cell, leaving me in stunned silence. You know, chat, I'm not surprised that... Sorry, I'm surprised that there wasn't a comment about how... how, bitter, she tasted because of her constant smoking, but... even despite that, that was... that was mortifying. I can't believe that music was playing in front of that CG. Lyra, wait. Get a Shinku has pissed me off counter for next stream? I mean... If someone would ever do like a super cut of this video of like these streams, I'm sure it's like in the double digits right now. What was that? I wasn't too sure. I was certain it was probably something for the dares, but on the off chance that it wasn't. Oh, oh. Oy. Oy. Oh my god. My soul. It feels like it's being, like, crushed every time I'm like, forced to be in the passenger seat of this fucking kid. There's no way. That'd be far too sudden. Besides, I wouldn't even know how to start feeling about it. Only Lyra Chattel could come to my cell to help me write what was effectively a love letter to her boyfriend. End up dumping the most diabolical information on herself and stop it all off by kissing me and leaving. Didn't get a read on her. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, Shinku. Her lax attitude to everything, including her crime, made me question if there was any thought behind any of her actions, or if she was just going with the flow. Maybe it wasn't worth thinking about all that, but still, no matter how I looked at it, after seeing how small she looked, there was a small part of me who just wanted to keep her. Ew! Ew! Chat? I think me and you know which emote would be used here had we gotten the affiliate like thing like panned out like much earlier. Holy fuck. That's disgusting. There was a small part of me who wanted to see her do better. Think about being a better. Stop thinking, Shinku. Just stop thinking. Stop breathing. Just stop. Anytime you think it's bad. Oh. 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 I approached Zeke holding my manuscript, but stopped in place seeing who he was with. Ismene was standing next to the stunt performer, avoiding eye contact. There's no way this could end up good. If you got something to say, Isabel, spit it out. I just wanted to say that you... Give me a moment to think here. Could have thought about it before you decided to rock up and waste a bunch of my time. Don't you realize I've got shit to do? Oh, I'm sure you do. You're a very busy person. Is that meant to be a compliment? Is that not good enough? Goodness, you're picky. Hold on, you have a very strong smell. What the fuck is that meant to be? I don't know, just do something, anything. Goodness, you're impossible. I'm impossible. You're the one who's been holding me up for the last 15 minutes. It's only been 5. Are you seriously that impatient? I'm gonna go with a lot of shit to do. Oh, like your girl? If there's any god that can hear me right now, strike this place down. Strike it down. No, I mean, I don't have time. The one you told me kiss on the mouth and stuff? Actually, I'll have you know we literally did kiss on the mouth and stuff this morning. And it was pretty fucking awesome. What? Yeah, I know. You don't have to hide the fact that you're jealous. I've clocked what's going on here. I know anyone would want a piece of the Elias pie. I would sooner use your cremated ashes as a bath bomb, quite frankly. Well, can you really blame me for thinking you're jealous of her? All they've been doing this past month is getting up in our business. Getting so pissy she's sleeping in my cell, and now you're approaching me with this sorry attempt for flirting. This whole bitchy act is that tsundere thing Molly is always blabbing about. I have a problem with her sleeping in your cell because she's circumventing your judgment. Not to mention the last person. Ah, Sam. That's the first one I wanted to see. Don't ignore me when I'm talking to you. He'd walk right past this man and move over to me. Uncharacteristic grin on his face as he approached. He usually wasn't this jovial with me. I've got a once-in-a-lifetime offer for you, Sam. The one you ain't gonna turn down. Hi, Zeke. I was actually hoping to talk to you about something. Oh, shut up. That could wait. We're doing my thing first. Aren't you bored of constantly being the little guy? Don't you want to be your own person? Don't get dragged around by obnoxious, stuck-up nepo bitches. Classy. Real classy, Ezekiel. Don't you want to get chicks? Be a proper man, a real babe magnet? Get girls to kiss you on the mouth and stuff? How is this guy an adult? Well, I think I've already cheated that. Oh. What? What? To clarify, kisses before the age of 10 don't count. Let's say if they did, my kiss count would be doubled. Bro, can someone kill me? Can someone make me bleed out to death? This is... Oh my god. Well, yes, one double is just 2, isn't it? Shut the fuck up. No, actually it was pretty recent. This morning. What? What? Wow, okay. Way to kiss and tell, man. You didn't have to say anything! You didn't have to say anything, Lyra! What are you doing? Lyra sighed as she suddenly interjected from the top of the stairs, walking down to us. Lyra, how long have you been here? Oh, pretty much ever since I left your cell. I was watching you attempting what I think was meant to be flirting with Zeke for a bit. It was incredible. Great. People saw that. Wonderful. Perfect. Wait, lie. So you're the one who... He never mentioned it? Was like, yeah, Lyra just offered that up and, like, for herself. So, like, what are you carrying, Shinku? She shifted all the attention to me in the marriage grip in my hands, a smug look on her face. He knew damn well what it was. Oh, you know, it's something I've been working on. See? This is your issue, man. It's all books and no backbone. You're too focused on these stupid stories to focus on things that really count. Real skills. You know, that's the reason I've got girls who rely on me. Rely on me. Seriously? Feels more like you're being used. She tells you to get her food or booze, and like a little puppy, you wag your little tail and do exactly what she says. Fuck you. I'm a... Stop me. I'm a wolf, not a puppy. It's not like you and your little boy toy. We scratch each other's backs. Oh, I'm sure she does. Christ. Don't you realize how serious this situation is? Ismene, what? You can't just be careless and mess about. You sound a little jealous there, Is. Why does everyone insist I'm jealous? I don't care. I don't care what you do in Ezekiel's cell. The one you're not even meant to be staying in, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that. I just don't want anyone else getting killed. Isn't that so unreasonable? I don't see why you think this is going to lead to either of us getting hurt. Because... Just... Listen, you... I don't know, I want to get it. But it just isn't track. You know? Like, you hate me because I got corrupt and hate the fact that Zeke is helping me avoid stuff that comes to that verdict, but you seem overly concerned about me getting hurt or dying. I guess those two things can be true at the same time. I just don't understand why you're getting this up in arms about it. Girl, you need to relax. I think you're corrupt. I absolutely do. I just want to help you so you stop being so reckless. Since sooner or later that recklessness is going to get someone killed. And I don't want to risk it being someone I do care about. You want to help? Really? If it would benefit the group, yes. I don't want anyone else dying. I put my personal grievances aside briefly if it meant that you'd stop being so unpredictable. Well, I actually have something you could help with right now. You're still sure you want to help? Really? Oh, what is it? Sorry about this. In an instant, Lyra approached Ismene, standing on her tippy toes and...
What? Oh my.
Ew! Ismene's eyes grew wide, and her face grew flushed as Lyra held her cheek. She seemed stunned, but made no attempt to pull away. Her eyes transfixed on the girl in front of her. This sort of solidified to me that this was a dare thing. Which made earlier make a lot more sense, but still, you're so dumb. Oh my god, you're so dumb. I wasn't sure if Ismene would understand it to be that way. But... The kiss lasted a little longer than Lyra's kiss with me, but Lyra pretty quickly pulled away, leaving a breathless, shocked, and very red Ismene. Huh, that's me sorted. Wow. Anyway, Ismene stood stunned and speechless for about 30 seconds, just processing what had happened. You shameless girl! Ismene for this entire time has been like slut-shaming like a beard relationship. And she still does it after receiving, like... Oh, was it not good for you? Sorry. In front of those two boys. You have no shame? None at all? Why? Why ought to slap you across the face for that? Yeah, you probably should. Sorry, man. I had to do what I had to do. And then I could push you to the ground and wipe that smug little expression off your face and... What? Okay. Okay, Gabe, we're losing the plot. And make you look up at me and apologize. Oh. And then pull you up by the collar and run my hand along where I slapped you. Look in your indignant little eyes and... Okay, you made it weird. This is a whole different thing. I think I'm just gonna go. Wait, Before Ismene could say anything else, Lyra had already slinked away from the situation, leaving me and Ezekiel staring at her in vague bewilderment and shock. Hey, so what the fuck was that about? Don't I just... Which... I couldn't believe she'd do something so shameless. I just got a little enthusiastic. Because I was so shocked. Yes. Whatever you want to believe, man. I'm glad we can be in agreement here. Let's not be unreasonable about this. Sure. So, pushing something down to the ground, huh? What's that? Some degradation shit? What, you know that word? Shut up. I'm gonna leave. This didn't mean anything. Ismene ducked her head down to the ground and left faster than I'd ever seen her move before. Promptly walking to her cell and shutting the door with a loud bang. I hope Ismene remembers, like, at least remembers that the walls are thin. Me and Zeke just stood there for a moment, confused. Odd, what a weirdo. You're not mad about Lyra kissing? No? Why would I be? She's her own person. She can make her own choices. I don't control her. It's probably for a dare anyway. Not to mention, finally got me something to hold over Isabel, so all things considered, I'm pretty happy. Whatever you say. Anyway, see, as I was saying before, I had something I'd like to... No, shut up. I'd spend like an hour standing here watching you all do jack shit. You're doing my thing. In about 10 minutes. And that's 10 minutes I could have spent helping you improve. We're just gonna have to work doubly hard now. Got it? For today, Sam, you get the special privilege of being my new project. Ezekiel grinned as he said that, but I noticed that his eye twitched a little as he did. I know you're blown away by the offer, but you don't gotta look at me like that. But my influence, I'm gonna teach you. Even you, how to really be a real man. But I filled my manuscript a little bit. When it forced to be handed out to Ezekiel, just wanting to get this over with. As I did, he knocked them out of my hands, scattering them all over the ground. You don't need any of this garbage, Sam. You're coming with me. We're gonna do as many press-ups as it takes to make your balls finally true. I'm so uncomfortable. Chat, I feel like I'm like the first person on Earth who's like reactively like asexual. Like there are certain moments. The second-hand embarrassment is palpable. Oh my god. Oh! Joyous. I'll make you into the kind of man that'll stay true who he's loyal to. Make you someone who calls out bullshit. Kind of person who doesn't want to trample all over someone's memory just because it's more comfortable. When will it end? When will it stop? Everyone's button is being pushed. Got it. Got it. I want to hear a yes, Zeke. Yes, Zeke. Can I get a thank you as well? Shut up. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you clearly need it. Thank you, Zeke. And you're so handsome, Zeke. Go on. You're so handsome, Zeke. I made you call a guy handsome. Fucking got you, dumb bitch. He's so juvenile. This is gonna be a long few hours. Ezekiel took me to the gym and put me to work. He had a lot of snide comments to make as he forced me to do countless exercises and lambasted me with various pieces of man advice. At the end of it, my muscles were sore and worn, but still. I felt it hurt for him just as much as it hurt for me. He almost seemed relieved when I bickered back to him, as we made the situation less uncomfortably familiar to him. But by the end of it, Ezekiel was too emotionally exhausted to even continue to be mean to me. He just seemed more resigned than anything. I wasn't able to show him the manuscript though. At this rate, it was looking like I failed my day one dare. Considering how heavy his gaze was by the end, I don't think I had the heart to bother him anymore. I may have not liked Ezekiel. Not by any means. There were certain lines I wasn't willing to... Shut up! Shut the fuck up, Shinku! You're so annoying. And I didn't want to trample on Mint's memory. Shut up! Oh, Hara. I'm sorry, Mint. I really did owe it to you out of all people. To see the man who took away your life as fully, completely... But... Eventually, Ezekiel said I earned a small break and let me return to myself for a bit. Push-ups would let me exhausted, but still. I seem to have finally had some downtime. I could spend it resting off all this soreness. But it might be nice to check in on how people are doing now that the motive is in full swing. Either way, I had time to spare. Oh my god! Oh my god, Shinku, you suck so bad. Oh. How are you still alive? If I could draw art right now, I would just draw my Sona right now. Just like currently like using like a voodoo doll to like it just like have like a needle like pierce his throat. Oh shit. I hate Shinku so much. I hate this guy so fucking much. It's unreal. Oh my god. Okay. I'm wondering, chat, is there a better cutoff for the stream, or do you think it's a good time to end here? I could probably go for another, but but I don't know how long this this day of life is going to take, judging by the stuff I've heard around his facing. That scene was a little. I'd say this is solid. Okay. Oh. Fucking Shinku. That sucks so bad. If you want to finish daily next stream, you should probably go a little longer. Is that the case, chat? Or... Can we recall what Shinku has done? Because I feel like I'm missing something. He's... gross, okay? I fucking hate this. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, the thing about calling Lyra little, yeah, anything... Those comments toward Lyra was so insane. I like... Oh my god. That was awful. What a horrible men. Oh my god. Shinku fucking sucks so much. I fucking hate this guy. Oh my god. Little what, I didn't watch that part? It's okay, chatter. I'm sure. I'm sure you'll come to hate him as much as we do now, or as much as I do right now, because this is a series of just like not one like stat rolls. Whenever he like talks to someone, it's genuinely embarrassing. Oh, fuck this guy. Oh my god. Yuki versus Shinku? You know what, chat? We're just for the final poll, okay? There we go. Have fun with that. That's an insane answer from your chat. The votes for Shiku are botted, I swear by mama. Oh. Yeah, thank you, Sesame. That was exactly the comment that, like... This guy sapped, like, all of my energy. After that scene. Holy shit. Oh man, okay. we're just gonna call it there, chat. I would love to do more, but I feel like this is a good capstone to end it until we come back on Monday. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing the letter for our weekend game. And then for Sunday we won't be doing any stream just so as to not fuck Ripple made one recent tweet saying Shinko would unironically consider himself a feminist. So... horrible. Awful. Gee. Oh my god. You think you can genuinely tell that Shinku just thinks he deserves life. But yeah, for Saturday we're gonna start the letter. And then for Sunday, it's gonna be a one-off thing where I just won't be streaming. Because Fagans for Hope is doing its final stream. So for Sunday, I hope you all can show up in my stead, because I have work that I need to do. And then on Monday, we'll be returning with Antebellum Lockdown. But for those who are going to tune in for the letter tomorrow, I'll see you next time. I hope some of you will at least take some interest to see if it'll grab you, as I hope it does. Snow just like randomly bribing me with this code that I just have to play with now. And yeah, for those who are not going to be interested with the letter, I'll be seeing you on Monday. Peace.